years. Basically, my mom warned me about them. My mom, I I never heard of a woman talk like that. My mom fucking told me straight up that when you better be very cautious and careful because you will because she said there are girls out there that will make you believe whatever, and all the while you're in the bathroom or what have you, they're poking a hole in an assortment of condoms, and then leaving an assortment there for you to choose from. And you know what I'm saying? Type shit, like weird shit, like very calculative, manipulative, fucked up shit. Yep. But that didn't deter me. You would think after everything my mother said, I would see somebody like Kayla, for instance, and fucking run far fast the other way. But she wasn't like that though. Kayla didn't want a baby. She actually was like, "No, I don't want kids. I'm not ready." Like my idea was, "I'm not ready." Her idea was, "I don't want them." So I mean, that was good enough for me. I was like, "Well, shit." Um, I didn't have to. I didn't ever have that worry. Oh my god. Hey, how are you doing? Yeah, no. Didn't ever really get told that except from my own mother, though. And it was like one of them things where I'd be like, "I know, mom. Nobody over here cares about baby. Why do you?" Honest question. I do. I mean, even if I'm the only one, you know. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's like, I, I can't say like, but there's stuff that I'm doing that is going to be at the culmination, kind of like a good movie, where at the end, or at what I choose to be the end or the continuing of the end, is I'm going to fill in some blanks, and I'm going to turn all this shit on its head. And if at the end you're not questioning things or yourself, then you're never going to get it. And I'm going to see how the reaction is when I'm doing things this way. But I have to do it very slowly too, because if I do it fast or sloppy or anything in any way that they can criticize and be like, well, he just, da 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 da, or anything they can try to come up with a comeback, or because that's the main thing with I've seen about the trolling, like to keep to one of the ways to keep folks engaged is very, if just rarely, um, for the sake of arguments to hold some logical value and appeal to logic, there's some things, sure, that they'll agree on. But then there's just those things that they'll never agree on. I don't give a fuck what, like, anytime, anything I pulled off or trolled ever done, whenever I said I wasn't going to, but just kept, and I finally said, all right, fuck it. I'm gonna, like, here recently. Matter of fact, person commenting, or no, not you. I take that back. Take it back. Not person commenting. Someone else had mentioned that I'm not a troll, but I went and I porn bombed some. But well, yeah. I mean, I mean, that's how I didn't want to be like that, but it's just like fuck it. I mean, that's what people laugh at and like to see, right? Type thinking. So I did it, but I mean, it didn't cause anything because at this point, unless it's a for real green person that nobody knows of, and I sneak on without telling anybody and pull it off, I'm not gonna get pulling off any of those ever again, probably. But the point eventually will just to show how ridiculous these viewpoints are, statements, whatever. Um, from a logical and reasonable, as well as with multiple examples, place of thought. That's essentially, I mean, what. And then after that, it'd be what it be. But as you've seen, I've been doing some community posts. I've been posting stuff, which is kind of a callback to back when I was early on, like trying to do things different, not really be on, but come on other people's paint. Y'all remember that? Well, that was kind of a callback to that a little bit by continuing with a little community post here and there. Because people forget that I've used YouTube as a fucking app to watch my movies, shows, and stuff long before 2022 came around. So, yeah, the app's integral in a way. I made it integral a long time ago without even thinking of it. And that's just how it ended up. But I've got an account for that I go to and switch over, and it don't get none of your notifications to it. When I'm over there watching my shows and stuff, I don't see any of your shit. I I kept thinking I did, but problem was is I would stay on that account sometimes, and every now and then I'd look up something related, and I just have to do it once, and it would be in that algorithm quick. So I finally figured it out. Just don't search anything. I mean, not even to look at and not subscribe to, because once you search for it, it's like, I don't know, it gives you some kind of small attachment that keeps you tagged. Oh, her veteran friend. Okay, I'm looking at some of these comments. They're older now. I'm trying to see maybe what dude writes in cursive. I don't. I hate it. I mean, I'll sign my name in cursive if you want to call it cursive. I call it chicken scratch, a doctor's signature. I mean, but yeah, I don't. That's the only time that I would, and it would be spelled out sincerely in plain English, comma, and then underneath my name in cursive with a little psh, or a little scribble at the end of it or something like that. Oh, that's a good question. I didn't even think of adding that as an option. You know what? I'm gonna do. I can't do it. No, I can't. I have to fucking just end it the way it is. I think. Yeah. Well, majority said no, so there is that. So the majority of us don't think we have any actual idea of what it is. She had two men there same day. She did, she do. Her word, it what it is. Well, I wish that was plain English or to say I could understand it coherently. I understand it to a degree, but not really. Could you do a moment of silence for no? She have a letter. She is so she have a letter. She do. She do. She does. The fuck? But party on. Let's get off. Oh, the fake love letter. Poor Deadly. Me and the mates had a look at it. We did. We do. All right. Yeah, yeah. You gotta go, man. That fucking who did you shit is square there sniping you. Who is sniping me? Who? Who is they? So vague. Unless your alt account's identified, why not say she's irrelevant in my life and she's delusional? Just saying. I understand. Ever heard the phrase, not my circus, not my monkeys? Yeah. You want to know where I heard that phrase? You really not want to know? I mean, we're honest here, right? I'm being honest, which is the Christian thing, is what my dad would say. I've heard that from my stepmom. That's the exact originator of that phrase for me for the first time in my life. Talking about basically my father's family, aka me and stuff, you know. But I digress. But yeah, I've heard it. It's your channel, so talk about what you. Oh, I understand, but I get your inquiry too. I really didn't care. Like, I did not have this plan today. I mean, everyone knows she goes live in the mornings. I would have been live this morning or whatever. I just seen that vid. Oh, Archie's from overseas. Well, I apologize, Archie. Unblocked, I guess. Thought he was being a troll, talking like that. You could match him up in it. I don't know what that means. Oh, she has handwriting samples available. That came before that. Yeah, I understand that. All right. Let's I don't know. Like, what the fuck's going on? Maybe I can talk to somebody. I don't know. Uh I'll drop the link here and maybe I'm just wanting to see is. Oh my fucking god. Why? Okay, so I thought to go to Deadly's right and see if he's live or been live. Well, he has in the past hour. Although as soon as I clicked on the thumbnail, I
What's up, everybody?
had
I'm
the
live on.
unfortunate view of somebody I don't care to see on the panel.
Both
It looks like
channels.
they came on. And so I just want to make it clear, I went to Deadly's. I didn't go to theirs, but they're over here. Why am I making that clear? Oh, for the sake of who it is. And what they tried to lie about before, that's why. Protection of myself from any further frivolous fucking filings.
How's it going, everybody? No.
Sounds like you're about 2-3 deep already. That's about how it sounds, man.
I'm live on both of my channels right now. Both of my channels.
You got to. Well, I guess.
Both of my channels.
When you run out of a channel once, you tend to get a little put in some fail safes. Same people.
So what's up, everybody? How's it going today? This is the first time I went live today.
Yeah, me too. Me too, bud. I am sorry
First
that you
time
got
I went
burned by her,
live.
but can't say I didn't tell you so. No, I told you. And this guy hadn't, I ain't heard from him or nothing.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he probably whatever.
So what's up?
I haven't even been talking about him. So I have no idea what happened.
Definitely hit the like
If
button on
anybody
both
wants to
channels.
fill me in,
Both channels. Deadly
please
30.
do. Otherwise,
and
I
Deadly.
don't know what caused them to the point that she would do that. Like, because now, if you ask me, like, just like that, I shared a video of, and I basically made a big paragraph that, said essentially, oh, and while I was looking around, I found other people I grew up with that wrote like that or multiple comments on posts. So, yeah, I know where I got it from, and I'm not the only one. And I actually took screenshots to prove and show, like, that I have it in it, but I'm not going to go over that now. It's not really important or anything. Like, I think it's just a habit from a couple of specific experiences and then seeing the way other people style things. Because I was looking at an old person that doesn't even have access to that account anymore. I don't know, but they had all these old pictures and stuff from people I grew up with. And they had a bunch of me even I didn't know about, and I fucking nabbed them. And that's when I saw things from 13, 14 years ago. commented by this person, and came across the page of my friend that took his life. Me and Kayla dropped off, you know. His page is now a memorial page. Rest in peace. And fly high, Dave, man. Fly high, man. Big Dave. Miss you, man. He's a good dude. He really was. I don't think he was bad at all. I mean, he just was like, you know, in one of them messed up situations. I haven't went too into it. I'm not going to, but I think there was a woman and maybe another, you know, there was just some fucked up shit going on. If I would have had any idea I knew he was planning to do something or anything, it would have been hard, but I would have, I mean, I would have had to probably call emergency services or something, because I mean, I wouldn't have taken him, like, but you know, we had no idea. He wasn't depressed. He, he is just normal. Like, I don't know how to explain it. And it fucks with me because, like, I saw the signs leading up to my little stunt that I pulled. I call it that, but I was for real, for real. But when I looked back and I saw the shit leading up to it. I saw the walls closing in around me, because I had come to the point, like, I had said to myself, you know, I'm not getting down bad. Like, I will suffer by myself in whatever way I have to before I, think about destroying any of my relationships or stealing from anybody. I was like, I took pride in the fact and made it a point to other people during arguments and debates that you have naturally that, that's not me. No, no. And I just kind of, and there's a lot of self pity, bunch of fucking self pity, really. Feeling sorry for yourself, which don't fucking help anybody, really. And I mean, I think, I probably still didn't know exactly leading up, but I could definitely tell shit was getting, like, bad. And then life happened, which I was supposed to be prepared for. Like, I was supposed to be, ready if something like that. And I was somewhat, up until the extent that I wasn't, which thankfully, when I wasn't and I did try to do what I did, things were in a way that I wasn't going to at least leave anybody hanging. Like, I took care of my obligations, and I wasn't going to leave anyone just up high and dry. But at the same time, I ended up, you know, I needed I needed to take time for myself was the problem. And life dictated, no, you can't. You gotta have money. You gotta have money. You gotta have money to get these things that you've been taking. You gotta keep taking them so you feel normal. So you don't, just constant back to back to back to back to back. I had seen people literally. I'd seen people in folks' house 2 days before, and then 2 days later, I'm back at that same location, and the folks that were at that house with me had came back to that house. Little would we find out, were the ones that came back over there and knocked fucking one person out, and then held up and robbed, everything that they could. 2 days before, just sitting in there, like, I mean, people that like grew up with other people, not not one person that grew up with everybody and then their friends or friend of friends came. No, 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 no. They knew everybody. Came over there in a mask. Funny thing is, though, didn't say a word. Didn't say a word, though. He didn't. Other person didn't really give a shit. And yeah, it was a fucked up situation. I'm not even going to get into that, but I'm just glad I was not there. Otherwise, I just would have, gotten robbed. And I've been there before, too. I mean, still have my leg in a fucking cast thingy majig brace, and these dudes fucking pulled up, and I would tell people not to do this stuff, but if you ever got out and you're doing stuff that's questionable, like, I would suggest that if you're ever meeting up with somebody, no matter how good you think you know them, if you've got a vehicle and they got a vehicle, don't get in their vehicle. Just don't do it. Because that is how that situation happened. Yeah, they just simply drove about a good mile, 2 away from my vehicle with my other friend in it. And that was the other red flag, making me leave my ally and the friend behind. I was so fucking zoned into getting and doing that and stressed that I didn't even, normally that would have been enough. Maybe not the car thing at first, but also he can't just no. But I was, I wasn't just some dude trying to, cop an eighth of some good grass, at the time. You know, people get finite when it comes to money. I mean, well, y'all know what some people saying. They say it rules the world. Some people have you got the saying, talks and other shit walks, and money is fucking hard element to society. It's probably the easiest, most complicated, but less uncomplicated way of saying it, if that makes sense. Afro Man wants you on his song. I made it. Tracks live. I made it. Picking them off YouTube. Oh man. Yeah, it'd never be me, but I don't know about this song, but that lemon pound cake is an instant classic. All right. So back when I had a involuntary, hold on, this is what happens when people know. Look, I don't have no issue with Mocon. I just want to say that real good. Like, I don't talk about them other folks. I got no issue with you, Mocon, but I just seen your community post because I am subscribed to Mocon still. This is what happens when people knowingly and maliciously slander an innocent man, convincing their community everything they say is 100% legit. But when proven wrong, they drop petty, weird comments like "stay triggered." Are those kind of people you want to be associated with? Not me. That's for damn sure. Well, I agree on the surface. At the same time, like the, I mean, he's saying "stay triggered." Like they've been pretty clear they do this shit for entertainment and stuff. So just make sure you say that, man. Just, like they've openly admitted everything they say is for entertainment. So it involves trickery and, deception, illusions, if you will. Like, I'm not criticizing you, but at the same time, I'm just saying, like, I just hope he knows that if he ever watches or anything, you see this or hear this, like, I ain't got no issue with you, but when it comes to those people you surround yourself with, I don't want to be around them. So, I know that we can't be cool really, but it's all right. I can still stay sub to you and stuff, but I'm not going to be pretentious or like how some of these people play. And they either do it because they don't know which side really they want to be on and want to see, so they still dabble, or they're playing around some type of troll, maybe for their own or for a group. Those are uh, those are the type of people that'd be like, why does it matter where I go? They make such a big deal when little old Square or Rocco or someone's trolled. Well, you start coming to their channel, uh, and y'all start interacting socially, and so they're like, "Hey, you can come to our channel," and you come, and you're like, yeah, but I got no problem, but I don't associate with that person. Like they're very toxic. They fucking stalk me. Oh, we don't block nobody. So let me get this straight. You want me to be your friend? Like we're cool, right? Well, yeah, we're cool. Okay. But you want me to block him so I won't see him in the chat, but he could still come up on the panel, which I mean, then I'd have to turn off or mute. Uh, or then whenever he does chat and you illustrate it, I'm still going to see it, even though I can't see him and see him saying it maybe immediately. Like it doesn't work, folks. It doesn't work. If you've got somebody that is being followed around and fucked with, and one of your friends is, somebody you're closer, someone that's always in your chat and shit prominent, like, I don't think you would be like, or that they're going to want to be in your chat. I, I don't see what would be the point in doing that. Like, that'd be openly putting yourself in a fucking position to get triggered or, get riled up or something. I mean, why would you do that? And the fact that somebody doesn't care if that were to happen to you or don't care if they allow it to happen or what have you. I mean, that ought to say all you need. It's not about controlling people. I don't give a shit where you go. I don't give a shit if you come here or not. But if I'm going to be somewhat like I have standards and stuff, and it's pretty basic. Like, you don't have to be a fucking non felon triple A Better Business Bureau rated like person. You just have to be fucking, not obsessed with me and shit. Like it's just weird.
32.0. Please hit the like button on both channels.
That's why
because I'm live on both channels right now.
When they was even pretending to be cool like with me, I always had thought, and that's the problem, is that I had tuned out my fucking intuition. I was completely in a strategic mode because it's like, I don't know. There's a few decisions made that I've looked back on in the beginning. Some people have posted some videos about certain things, and these old panels from 2022, not the stuff that Fusion aired, originally, but I would imagine came from that type of time period stuff I saw. And I looked back over and I said, if I had there and but no, I didn't do that though. I in a way it's a little I'm probably not making sense to some of y'all I know right now because I'm holding back on trying not to say too much, but I think everybody has a more collective responsibility than they realize. And I've just come to terms kind of with the fact of how ashamed and, like, man, there's no doubt I was over medicated because I, I, I just look back and see certain stuff and I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, how did I not see that coming? Like, oh man. It's a lot of failures, and I don't want to. I'm not particularly keen on going in through like I've already beat myself up one by one on them and done them in detail. I'm not trying to recreate that for you right now, but yeah, it's fucked. So I've got the perspective of I've done a lot of wrong things and then thought of trying to do, and in that process, essentially to wrap this up for you, I just I completely just I don't know. I just gave up any time that I would get insight or on something. No, can't be sure. Like I had a can't be sure syndrome. I guess that's the best way to sum it up. And I've tested by not being live some lately. Like, okay, well, just wait and see when something happens. See what comes, if anything comes to you. And I made a prediction and so far it's being fulfilled as long as I just keep my mouth shut, you know, and so stay tuned for that. But yeah, Bambino posting pictures of men like or women. I mean, if you don't agree with me that trolling shouldn't be a thing, which is probably the most extremist view I had, and don't know if I technically hold so long, uh, the light trolling or when someone's p-bombed by a porn star or something, it may be shocking, what have you, but that's not revenge porn or porn of somebody like the guy. Like, and I know what y'all are saying. I know what you're thinking. I know what a certain hog buried down into a filth trough is thinking too right now. If you want to call that personal, whatever you can, it's a little bit more than that though. Not saying it's definitely not got no personal shit in it, but it's a little more than that. Actually, a lot more. That person is a disgrace to this whole fucking community. And the fact that they're getting any recognition at all, like they have been for their dumb shit, when they swore off by certain folks of not covering everything. And you know what they did? They actually, in turn, they did the opposite thing that they achieved to do. Yeah. So good job, work turds. You basically fucking helped Gene and them. So give yourself a round of applause on that one. I ain't gonna say how just yet, but you remember I said this and exactly why. And I'll give one word to keep in mind so you don't say I'm just talking shit and making it up. But what would that word be? Oh yeah. Can you think? What is it? What do you think it is? Oh, come on. You guys aren't any fun. Oh, Miss Miss Lady. Yeah, I'm not. I don't even pay him attention. He's trying to dox stuff and everything else. He's trying to dox a company group and bring up something or another. He's trying to take one thing and mean it to, he don't know what he's talking about. Basically trying to get me caught up in a rigmarole where I go on and on explaining how they're wrong or how, well, technically it means this. Or I'm not doing it. Sorry about that. Yeah, I've been trying to many disgraceful people. Yeah, I guess there is. Docs, sisters. Is that burdening you got on your profile there? Oh, hell yeah. Probably the only time in his life for a small period of time and around Secret Service agents, but still. I heard at the roast he got a couple good ones in. He said there's something about you know, something about I've had um what was that? There was a Trump. It's a quote he said. Alfred Smith's Foundation dinner. He said, "It's really a pleasure to be anywhere in New York without a subpoena." uh, Referring to his self-confidence, Trump told the crowd, "Tradition holds I'm supposed to tell a few self-depreciating jokes this evening, so here it goes." Nope, I've got nothing. There's nothing to say. Making light of the repeated attempts on his life, he said, "I guess I just don't see the point in taking shots at myself when other people have been shooting at me for a long time." uh, Attacking Kamala Harris's husband for the extramarital affair he said he had in his first marriage, Trump said, "The only piece of advice I would have for her in the event that she wins is to not let her husband dug anywhere near the nannies." Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer is here looking very glum, but look on the bright side, Chuck, considering how woke your party has become. If Kamala loses, you still have the chance to become the first woman president. Okay. Touche, touche there. That's pretty good. It's pretty good, Mr. Trump. Pretty good. Referring to the group White Dudes for Harris Trump joke, there's a group called White Dudes for Harris, but I'm not worried about it because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me. Oh shit. I just can't believe that she would do this to a guy. The reason why the subscription is that this is the same person that's been telling me and you and everyone else here around that she just ignores everybody. She's got no time for losers and junkies and creeps and anything she called Nick Romano or fucking uh, Goku or me or soon to be Ruski along the list. I mean, she's just a she's a destruction path for men, or she's in a destructive path for men. It seems like. I, mm, no, 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 Square, no. I was just about to one up that statement, but it really wouldn't be a one up. It'd be like a 10 down. But I think it's safe to say she's destructive towards men.
Yeah. You know. So. Yeah. Hit the like button on both channels.
I know, it's fucking crazy. And has anyone seen that I've essentially broken this algorithms? You know, I know you don't feel that way, maybe, or not don't feel that way, but you don't seem like it's there yet, some of you. But just take notice. Like, there's a lot of stuff that seems like it's not going on, but it's going on. And I know I have been kind of quiet to address a lot of things. Well, I've been more than quiet. I've been specifically. Hold on. And what the fuck is Memorex? All right. Will it be live or Memorex? Asking for a friend. And I'm like, what? I mean, you're the one paying attention to me. Like, I get it's supposed to be rhetorical and like a bomb statement, but it's not. Bambi, you sent that, or you uploaded that thing of Deadly's. If Deadly takes his life because of that or of a combination, and that's a part of it at all, how would you feel? Would it be fair? I want to ask, how many people have you sent it to uncensored, if any? Pam, for sure. So I'm not even going to ask if you sent it to her because I already know what the answer is. I mean, I'm not going to let you slither away, like, just because I think some of these other folks, you know, they are starting to slowly realize that less is better. And I'm not saying they're wrong for their particular things, but I've shown and demonstrated that I don't have to talk about you or whatever. You know, I haven't even watched you in days, but or anything of yours in days at all. But other than what I came across when I was at someone else's channel. So I don't, you know, like I got this. This is the actual notification. Happened to see directly, and when seeing it, I was like, "Whoa!" Like, don't tell me. And yeah, that's exactly what it was. Who knows? Maybe it was some fucking photo she got off Google. She's really good at taking other shit and presenting like it's something else. So it might not be Deadly's. So I guess in that sense, but what if you convince people it was and he couldn't convince them otherwise unless he put the photo shit out itself? And I'm sure I would not be the only person that could think of several reasons why you wouldn't want to do that. That's like me. That would be like they would try to logic fuck me with that one. Is if somebody claimed that this was mine, I know, like I no. All 298 of you motherfuckers could say it's me. You might even could get other people to believe that it's me. And I tell you what, I guess they will be, or I guess they won't, because ain't nobody. You're not gonna mind fucking me actually tricking to put out my nudes, so to prove that that's not, and then you can then have the no, 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 no. It ain't working like that. Not this one. And when it comes to whatever they're doing, and not, because I think, and here's the other secret too thing is they could be doing jack shit, meaning that they're just sitting around waiting and watching, wondering what the fuck I'm about to come out with or do. And I mean, I guess that wouldn't be so bad. That's not exactly the point though I've been trying to make. But we'll get there sooner or later. More sooner than later. I can't draw this out for so long, but there's a simple truth right there in the face of all of us that maybe I just finally paid attention to, or maybe I've brought and talked about it before and I just can't remember. Regardless, that's what all this is leading to. That's why you have the unfinished statement and other things, and I'll be tying all that in. Be kind of like at Saw, at the culmination or at the end of a Saw movie, certain actions and stuff done all fall into place at the end, and you're like, oh, that type moment, yeah. Except not in. Except I'm not doing any like vigilanteism turned into self-religious reasons for going after criminals because my wife had a miscarriage because of some junkie. I'm not doing Tobin Bell's fucking character's version of it, but in that same traditional, that's what I'm trying to do. In essence, just to reveal information, or maybe the correct term would be thesis. I don't know.
What the hell is everybody doing?
I don't know. What have you been up to since I have not heard nor watched your channel? And now I come on YouTube and
smack that like button, both channels. Smack that like button, both channels.
First, I gotta know, why the fuck would you why does she have your dick? Is what that's like probably the first question I'd have.
Both fucking channels. I don't know who's mods on both the channels, but it's something. Definitely smack. I like. We had a few people unsubscribe because they're very scared. Because they're very scared. Very scared. On this Sunday. Very scared on this Sunday. Hey, Kim. Kimberly. Zen. What's up? I see Jen Bailey was, talking shit on me earlier for no reason. For no reason.
Okay, why is Why is okay? That's all right. So Kim's over there. So because from the way Bambino talks is he's single. Like I can't tell when they're in a relationship or not. I just gave up on that. I mean, I never really started on anything, but it's just like I just kind of given up trying to keep up with.
Just saying. I think I might hold on. You know what? Let me go live on one channel. That's it. Let me go live on one channel. The only one in my live support me at that time. Well, today you took a lot of people's side that you don't even fucking know. The only one in my live support me at that time. Shit on me, Jen. You literally said I was in your chats when them people in that fucking hive was fucking trying to fucking make you go crazy. Nobody remembers that though, right? Nobody remembers that, right, Jen? You forgot all about that today. You said them people in the hive drove you fucking crazy, trying to make you go insane and hurt yourself. And you said Deadly was the only one in my live support me at that time. Well, today you took a lot of people's side that you don't even fucking know. I didn't even say shit. All I said was this woman in there fucking, this idiot, this Dorothy person called me mean. And I said she was mean. That's it. That's all I fucking said.
Okay.
No.
If that's truly it, then I mean, I still don't. What's the issue? Like, you don't like people calling.
Who's our pawn today, Deadly?
I guess that's just a case of being lied on. Which, okay, understood.
I don't know. You know anybody? Well, I really don't know, to be honest. I don't know.
This is before she released this video, so I don't know.
I guess it just depends.
Maybe the corn network got Bambino from this morning. I don't know.
I go with the flow. I don't know.
I'm completely oblivious. I have no
I really
idea
don't
what
know.
is fucking happening.
Hey, Kim. Love you. Anyway, smack that like button. Smack that like button. But yeah, Jen is the I don't even hate her or nothing, but I think she's over there trying to flip flop.
Oh, is that one?
She literally told me she was out of the hive. She told me that she was out of the hive.
That talks.
She was like, "I'm out of the hive.
Yeah,
I'm gone."
Yeah, that's that one that has that hood talk.
Yes. 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 Wait, what's this person talking about? Maybe Love This Strong has been a while since you used her. Used her for what? I've never talked to Love Live Strong. I don't use nobody. I don't ask people for money. I don't ask anybody for nothing. What do you mean? Use her. Please clarify that like right now. I know some of you might be trying to start arguments between me and Kim, but it's not going to happen. So why don't you just tell me right now to get this out the way what you mean about using her? Why don't we just get this out the way right now? Right off the bat. Yeah. She don't bring views, okay? So I would never talk to her like that. I'm not the one up on panels every fucking morning at 6, 7 a.m. fucking talking about me and fucking Kim and everybody else. So Kim, oh my God. Oh my God.
of the most illiterate, basic ass motherfuckers. But since we don't talk about that and everybody gonna rah about Gene and his costumes and shit, we'll talk about that and everybody gonna rah about Gene and his costumes and shit. Let's get to it.
That triggered you, didn't it, Gene?
Oh my god!
Oh, that's a blast from the past right there. It's an old live. Recently uncovered one of them ones I didn't watch, you know, because everybody always thinks that I fucking watch and cover everybody's shit. You know, maybe I definitely did cover and keep up with a lot more back whenever I wasn't doing more shit. But you know, I'm sorry if but then again, I'm not. I'm not sorry if you're guessing on things I'm talking about. They will be clear. There's, you know, like, I mean, it's the best thing to do, really. I mean, I thought it was. If I just came out and just went blah, 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 everything I said would just be tossed aside like anything else that they, you know, have to shut down for the sake of things. So I'm doing this in a fashion that's not like my first instinct, which is just to call everything out as is, analyze it, go through it with reason, etc. I'm still going to use reason, logic, and all that shit, but a little bit more theatrical in some ways, and in a way to where you can't say, well, you weren't doing that, because I literally was telling you about it and giving you hints and clues. Like, they can't say that.
My god. I'm going to tell you something right now, okay? Have you even seen Kim? Why the fuck would she be jealous of someone like Love Live Strong?
Kim does look a lot better than that girl. I'm sorry. I hate to say that. I'm not trying to be ugly, really. I'm really not. But I'm just saying, if I was going to say which one is more appealing to the eye towards me, or to the eye in general, I would say Kim.
What?
I mean, that's simp. It's not simping. It's just
you said it.
The fact.
You said it better, Kim.
Okay, so let's go forward in this. Is there any, like, I don't, no offense, but I'm not gonna bore y'all with having to fucking go through all of this.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah.
Anyone coming up on time? Oh yeah, this is what I'm fucking.
Yeah, over there on Ruski's channel over there.
Fucking cockeyed, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He has some type of obsession with Ruski. Then she's trying to be with this guy,
Dodge.
Yeah, Dodge Ram guy that don't even know, like, she's meeting this guy up all the time. But yeah, whatever. No.
Hey, any attention will attach to. But she's stupid if she thinks that was Ghost that pulled up, because that's just really what Ghost looks like, y'all. I'll be doing.
Yeah, I doubt that. You know, bullshit.
A show about it tomorrow. She's so fucking retarded.
Well, Kim was telling me she used like about Bambi's stream, something about she used like gloves and stuff, like to open up the package or whatever it was. You know. Like, what the hell? I don't know what the fuck wrong with that woman, but
I think, in my personal opinion, I think she had somebody up to that. She paid somebody to do that.
That
you would know about it, wouldn't you?
Was that dude that she fucks all the time? I'm telling you, there's a guy that she's been meeting. I've known Bambi for a long time.
Up and shit for stuff, don't
good
you?
to see you.
There's a guy that she meets all the time. Like every once in a while, it comes over to her house and stuff. It's probably him.
What I want,
you know, it's probably him.
Like that handwriting doesn't even match Ghost to Shadow's handwriting. So she's so fucking way off. Like, and it's funny.
Okay,
like,
well, you have a good afternoon. Appreciate you coming by.
She's like going with it because it just really shows like how what inner person she really is, y'all. But like, she's
yeah, I can't have you in here
because
your channel
that she'll never
completely is made to
never
go at people that I'm not giving attention to, or at least not unless I'm meaning.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I'm not
letting
you give them a reason to
Nick Romano.
Is that Nick?
justifying what they
Yeah.
do.
Look at this really. Yeah, I'm a Brooke fanboy. Yeah. Yeah.
Still
He's
using he's still
obsessed.
using
He's a simp.
my disclaimer.
I know. I don't know who he's talking to now because Angie said on her stream the other night that she's not talking to Nick no more. You know, so I don't know.
Aww.
Apparently, because he put out the private messages, but you know,
Oh, well, one day it's gonna bite somebody in the ass.
I don't know who he's trying to go at now. It's hard to tell. I know he messaged literally every female on my fucking Instagram account. Everyone.
Damn. He went
They've
through your
told him.
friends list.
Yeah, he went through my friends list and messaged everybody. All the
What do you mean, damn? The fuck? Y'all have done the same. Fucking Ghost did the same shit to me in a way. Fucking Fusion messaged a girl that we're talking like 5th grade fucking friends. Like, we're talking old friends. Like, knows me so well. Watched me grow up. Fusion tried fucking, reaching out to her. She wasn't gonna buy it. Of course, she didn't have any fucking clue about the shit that was going on. But, I mean, she basically said in a pretty straightforward way that it was clear that they were, trying to da-da-da-da, and,
girls.
So,
You know,
hearing her react like that, I'm sorry, but it just, it irks me a little bit.
What up, JR?
Because
Oh shit,
I'm
that's
watching
crazy.
somebody, like, impersonate and act like they're above all that.
That's
now
crazy.
most of them said they didn't accept nothing. You know, they didn't like accept his request or messages or something like that. But he still tried. You know,
He's a hoe. Get out of here. I'm just kidding. What a half-packed.
yeah.
So yeah, like Brisky has a thing for Andrea. And Andrea's going around saying that we threatened to dox her or whatever. Like, if she came up on your panel, like, no, but girl, get the fuck out of here. Ain't nobody give a fuck about you. Not the email. Ain't nobody give a shit about what I did fucking years ago either. It has not affected what the fuck I do now. So move on.
What she tried to say people was threatening her because she was gonna come up on my panel.
Yeah.
I don't want her on my panel. You know, seriously,
Like,
but
either do I. She's a nobody. We're all nobodies. Get the fuck out of here.
she's
You
a
know
yeah.
how Bambi talks? Let's play Bambi today, y'all. It's over, Deadly. Your life is over, you alcoholic. Like, she was so fucking like, she was like, you drink whiskey all day. Like, you mad because you can't, bitch? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'll outlive.
I remember she telling me she's sitting there with a dude friend. She's like fucking, talking about that he's got a gun. She's like, you need to get that away from me. And then they're like, well, yeah, you shouldn't because you tried to kill yourself. Well, let me tell you something. If you feel so uncomfortable that you don't know whether or not you can anticipate yourself getting depressed to the point that it could be dangerous to be around that, well, why don't you just go ahead and rubberize shit and fucking take all the knives out, make yourself only use sporks. I mean, when does it stop? People act like that's the number one way suicides occur is with a firearm. That is fucking something from anti-gun lobby right there. And why do I say that? Because I legit thought that way. Used to think like, and when you finally watch some facts and you hear about that, some of the number one ways people are killing themselves or have been at least recently, accidentally starting off would be ODs, then the intentional ODs, which considering the prevalence of fentanyl would not be hard at all these days. All the non-narcotic drug ways, over the counter and legal, you can do. I possessed one technically right now, just by, and I didn't even know it at first. I was just doing some research on it one day, and I saw people talk about it. Propranolol. I'm not on any narcotic medicine at all, but I have propranolol, which if I literally like wanted to open the whole bottle, pour it down my throat, if I didn't say I just did it to anybody or anything, and I just stayed around, I got a good chance of dying. You know, unless maybe somebody sees me go down or sees me whenever it finally hits me, that they get me to a hospital, assuming that they just don't think I'm knocked out or whatever, asleep. I mean, so there are thousands of ways around humans every day. Like, people remember the movies Final Destination? Those were always creepy growing up, but I really enjoyed the first one and the second. After that, they started to get shittier and shittier, but the first and seconds were great. And it just goes to show you that the world we live in, there are so many things that if death per se, you know, worked like how it worked in Final Destination, I mean, fuck, you'd have to be in a safe room, specially done, you know, made like a plate. I remember in the second one, the only survivor, Claire, was in a psych ward in a one-person padded cell, completely voluntarily, because she wasn't worried about anybody else, or well, she wasn't, you know, she wasn't a threat to herself, but she believed everybody else was because of what she witnessed. And Alex, you know, tried his best to save her, and then she ended up, you know, going with him to Paris, and then he died. And she saw that, you know, even with all his brilliance and everything, and she couldn't understand shit, so the only way she could be safe is by checking into that padded room, because then, I mean, death would have to like kill. I mean, you understand what that would have had to do to get to her in that hospital. I mean, it probably, you know, would have had to been something that just couldn't happen statistically at all. And so she just knew that by going there in the safe room, but making sure if anybody visits her, etc., that they're taking of their cell phone, rings, all that. I mean, just thinking about that movie and going to it, because I'm like, when I heard her say that, and then her and Pam, and that's where I think they started, were like, you know, we're going to get rid of him sooner than we thought, was with that argument that day. Cause she's like, if you've ever done that, or so you're telling me, like, if a 60-year-old kid gets depressed, has the thoughts of doing it, but then gets treatment, doesn't do it, thinks about doing it, but then gets treatment and stuff, or let's say maybe they took a bunch of pills, stomach got pumped, they got over it. Fast forward a decade later into his life, he's got a wife, he's got a child on the way, and his wife literally just got mugged and is lucky to have not lost her baby or whatever. Or something else happens which makes him think, you know, I got to protect myself. Are you going to tell me he has no right to his gun rights because a decade ago in adolescence he thought about and did try to attempt to kill himself once over something so insignificant that he, you know, it would make him almost laugh at now. You know, I mean, in her and fucking Pamela's mind, no rights for you. If you've ever even talked about, I mean, they're the type that if they had a file on you ever even thinking about it, even in a hypothetical or conceptual way, it probably would fucking put you on a red list.
Her, you don't even know
That's
yet.
the kind of society they want.
I mean, she threatened to. Oh my god! And she's like, "I'm gonna put out your messages, bitch. We already know."
Oh,
like,
but you didn't threaten that with me,
flaunted
did
that
you?
shit all over here. Okay.
Notice how she ain't threatening without any of my
You ain't
messages.
putting out nothing nobody already fucking knows. And just because he said it, you did too. You cried saying it. That wasn't fucking AI. The working is coming for me, and they're gonna turn off my lights, and I'm just gonna end it. I'm gonna end my life. That's what she said. Her fucking words to the goddamn T. Nothing.
I'll defend her there, because that is a normal response when suddenly, for maybe the first time ever, which is 9 times out of 10 anybody when this shit starts, first time ever, not 2, 3 or a group, but 10, 20, 30, big ass group of people coming at you relentlessly, and you've seen what they've done to somebody just decade younger than you. In the span of just about 6 months, you've seen what they've been able to accomplish in a year and a half. All these things, events back to one another, that can hit. I mean, I'd say she was fucking being logistically honest with herself. Kind of like how when I got threatened to be the next gobbler or fucking turkey, mine was like, I couldn't wrap my mind around that. I said, what the fuck? Hold on now. Like, I mean, it's not something you think about when you come on YouTube. It's just not. There needs to be a fucking warning on the agree to terms before you can make these accounts. It makes you fucking read what the environment technically is like and what trend, and stuff like that, and warnings as well as all that shit. And maybe there is, maybe none of us read it. I doubt anything in there goes over, targeted gang stalking by channels and stuff, multi-network channels and shit. I doubt any of it goes into that.
She's a fucking idiot. I hate.
Dude.
It's just she's so fake. She turned
Yeah,
on me
she is.
because I was messing around one
Yeah,
time.
I
I
hate
was
to
like,
say it, Bambino is fucking fake. To people, she wears one of the most superficial mask images I've ever seen. And what I mean by that is that we all wear a mask technically when we're in public. This comes from the book Chase Hughes has written, top behavior analyst, CIA, former CIA body language expert panel. Anyways, his little system, the 6MX and different things, from what I've read, is that we all have masks that we wear, not necessarily to deceive or anything, but just naturally. I really don't want to fucking butcher it, so I'm not going to explain it completely. I'd have to get the book out, go and find it, but matter of fact, it's right here. You're competing with social media. Okay, yeah, we're going to get on that. I'm going to read that one too. 1 second. 2/3 rule. Hold on. Okay, so Bambi is a good example of Grey's Anatomy guy, in her case, gal, level 1 in the levels here in Chase's book. In level 1, we have the person who's watched a few seasons of Grey's Anatomy and thinks they are at the surgeon level. This phenomenon is called the Dunning-Kruger effect. In the field of psychology, the Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias in which people with low ability at a task overestimate their ability. It is related to the cognitive bias of illusory superiority and comes from people's inability to recognize their lack of skill. People have read a few articles or books and have limited skill in a subject are far more likely to call themselves an expert. In this book, please be careful and be suspicious if you find yourself thinking, I've heard that before. The best way to get the most from this book is to get into the beginner mindset, as if everything here is brand new. In the military, they have a common phrase I've heard thousands of times. Knowing is the enemy of learning. So, like, knowledge versus skill. If we were really to sit down and speak and get to know these people, would they be the people who have read every book or technique or in trick for interrogation, or the people who have, through the roof's social skills, can read anyone they speak to and make anyone feel incredible? It's agreed that they would all be option 2, skills beat information. That's what the 6MX is all about. Body language trainers around the world enjoy citing a study published in the 70s by Albert Marabian. His study suggests 93% of interpersonal communication is nonverbal, that the words we use are only 7% of what's going on. Many other experts, such as Mark Bolden, Scott Rouse, Greg Hartley, and Tanya Ryman, disagree. It's a body language myth, as Bowden calls it. If you're face to face with someone and they don't speak your language, chances are you won't be able to communicate anything nonverbally. This number of 93% might be a little high. Here's the interesting part. The same university that published the study doesn't teach nonverbal communication to anyone. If you obtain a PhD from UCLA, you will average only a few minutes learning about the importance of nonverbal communication. This isn't that UCLA is a bad college. In fact, all universities have about the same amount of training for psychologists in nonverbal communication. If nonverbal is 93% and psychological therapy is a communication, why do we spend less than 0.003% of the time training people in what is apparently so critically important? We may never know. Let's estimate that 2/3 of communication is what's being said. We'll delve into that later. If the study shows anything, it shows us that nonverbal communication is essential regardless of what precise number we assign it. It's more than half for sure. For simplicity, we'll use the 2/3 rule. So anywhere around 66% is nonverbal. But why? I'll tell you. In the grand scheme of our species' time on Earth, we only began talking to each other a few minutes ago on a scale. For millions of years, if not more, we didn't have language at all. Our ability to communicate with each other was nonverbal, in the same way dogs communicate. Not only did language evolve over time, so did our brains. Our brains evolved into three fundamental parts. The reptilian brain, funny how that one's first, the mammalian brain, and the neocortex. And the reptilian brain was the first to form in our heads. It's also called the basal ganglia or brainstem. Its functions are instinctive responses, impulses, and physical sensations. It's basically what's in a snake's head, primitive and hell bent on survival. The next phase of our mental development was the mammalian brain. This is where we store implicit memories. We'll talk about that later. Emotional experiences. This part of our brain's right between our ears. For 100 million years or so, this part of our brain has been communicating non-verbally. It predates language by a long shot. The mammalian brain is the reason we make most of our life decisions. The mammalian brain reads the behaviors of other people. For millennia, this part of your brain has passed down nonverbal communication techniques to the next generation. We can pass down genetic memories, and nonverbal communication is one of the pieces of software, think of it, that comes pre-installed in all of us. This is the reason we are born with certain nonverbal communication skills. For instance, facial expressions, hundreds of other gestures and behaviors our ancestors used with each other before we invented language. Baby smile and cry and frown, all because our ancestors gave us these behaviors. A quick example of this brain in action. Let's think to the last time you met someone and everything went well. Their behavior was great. They were well spoken. They seemed pleasant, yet something didn't feel right, or something about the conversation didn't add up, and you just couldn't figure it out. It was a gut feeling. This happened for a few reasons. First, the mammalian brain can't speak English. Actually, it can't speak any language. The mammalian brain deals in a behavior and emotion, but it's also the part of our brain that reads other people. Using the accumulation of millions of years of training, this part of your brain is scanning other people all the time. In every conversation you have, the trouble is the mammalian brain can't communicate what it's seeing. It would be great to get a crystal clear explanation from it, but we can't. It deals with emotions. So when it sees something that doesn't add up, it gives you a feeling some people might refer to as intuition. This is the reason we are unable to put our finger on what we saw. Second, there's an information barrier from the mammalian brain to the neocortex. When the mammalian brain sees something relevant, the neocortex takes all the credit, so we go backward in time to rationalize what we saw in the conversation and even fabricate memories of what took place to justify the gut feeling. When we are exposed to communication that influences us, it lights up the animal brain. It creates emotional drive to action that flow upward to the neocortex. That's when all of us as humans reverse rationalize the decision and convince ourselves that it was based on logic, fact, and cold hard science. When we buy a product, for example, we tell ourselves we're not manipulated. by ads or commercials or other people. We think we did lots of research and continue to rationalize the decision that in actuality was made by our mammalian brain in response to something that provoked a desire to buy the product in the first place. Think of good communication as a tool that breaks through the wall between the neocortex mammalian brain. It creates desire, action, impulse, and emotion. The neocortex, what makes us human. The intellectual and executive functioning part of the brain is pretty young compared to the other two. The neocortex is where we process logic, creativity, questions, art, music, and ponder why we exist in the first place. We read behavior using our genetically inherited skills. This process is so effective because it capitalizes on identifying behaviors that are not only unconscious but are programmed deeply within our brains that you don't see unless it's pointed out. We are learning to see with the human part of our brains in order to bring what's behind the mask into the light. And you're competing with social media. For years now, an article's been circulating suggesting people's attention spans have been shrinking. People might assume that since we are increasingly inundated with marketing, pop-ups, ads, flashy videos, and nonstop notifications, our attention span is getting shorter. But this isn't the case. Our attention spans aren't shrinking, they are evolving. While we do get flooded with attention-grabbing material throughout our day, we don't lose our attention span. Our brains learn what to focus on. It has the appearance of an attention deficit, but it's not. It's an interest deficit. I'm not saying the clinical diagnosis of ADD is non-existent. That's something else. You might struggle to concentrate during a tedious college lecture, but the capacity to binge watch 3 seasons of Game of Thrones is entirely within you. Our brains are getting better at rapidly identifying something that is interesting or important. Our brains are highly adaptive. They memorize patterns to instantly recognize when something's relevant, interesting, or usable. With this new skill that our electronics have given us, we've become selective even in conversation. Scrolling through social media and have the ability to flick away a video the moment it becomes uninteresting has resulted in the development of a hyper screening brain. When you're in conversations, you're competing with clickbait, cat videos, and even whatever porn that person watches for attention. There is one single phrase I have for every student in their notebook in my courses. Focus is currency. The wait till the end fallacy, and we're going to wrap the little reading session up at this. In sales, dating, interrogation, or whatever scenario you'd like, people tend to wait until the end of interactions to discover the other person has objections. Interrogations sometimes last countless hours before an officer must face the reality he's not going to get a confession. A sales professional may spend hours talking with the customer only to find at the end the customer is a no. This was one of the problems I spent years addressing. His process, 6MX, will show you exactly how you can spot out these objections as they happen in real time, and it'll allow you to not only spot it, but to deal with it the moment it occurs. You'll also be able to see every hidden, concealed, and repressed disagreement that a friend, albeit customer, or anyone else is experiencing, even if they aren't fully aware of it. But it's not only negative behaviors you'll learn to spot as you interact. You're going to notice every instance they feel happy about something. You'll know instantly whether they're excited about a topic or not, or interested in something you've never mentioned. This is a valuable insight as to what they will respond to later on in your conversation. And I'll show you how to build their behavioral profiles in 6 minutes. And it's a skill you can use in every conversation you have for the rest of your life, and no one will know. So that's just what I'm getting at. Also, when we encourage people to make decisions, we're making them cut off. This guy says, just listen to this. When we encourage people to make decisions, we are making them cut off the option to do anything else. The more you see in behavior, the better positioned you will be to make this happen, to help others cut off from all other choices. Summary: human behavior matters a lot more than most people realize, and every decision, interaction, behavior takes the reins, mostly in the background without our awareness. So much of what influences us arrives through a nonverbal channel and secretly determines how we behave. As our brain evolved, we became human, but there's still a wild animal that in there that calls the shots whenever it counts. When we can read behavior with clarity, the whole world changes. We know more about an interaction than anyone knows. We can practically see the future based on the reaction. In the next chapter, you're going to be shown the exact way a true behavior profiler sees the world around them and exactly how it can legitimately change your life overnight. And that is why I got into this. It started out with being interested in true crime docs, killers, serial killers, and then the FBI, Ted Bundy, and the advent of profiling, the term serial killer, which is a direct result of Bundy and all that. You know that a guard, not a guard, but the chaplain that helped Jeffrey Dahmer supposedly make I mean, I believe him. I do. Um, like he said that Dahmer, his he started questioning things when it was coming up and John Gacy was being discussed. It was heavily in the news. Not in the same prison, obviously, but in the news, and both of them on. Well, Dahmer was in for life. Gacy had death, and yeah, I don't know, but apparently he was having questions, and the only person that he spoke to there about that stuff was this chaplain, and he ended up getting baptized on the same day I believe John Gacy died. And what's so fucking weird about it all is on that same day, I think there was like somewhat of an eclipse or something that happens every so often or whatever. Because in the Netflix film, they show that instance where, as Dahmer is being transported to a place that has a thing that they can have a big enough bath to baptize somebody in under guard, and changes into his little white robe that a woman hand sewn for him, because of his decision to turn to Jesus. Then he's baptized, and literally right across, the United States, of course, Gacy is being led to the death chamber and says, when they go, "Do you have any last words?" "Kiss my ass." How's that for last words? I mean, so.
Like, yeah, I'm a friend.
And that's why all this, and that's why I'm getting into this. And there's I'll fill in some of the blank right now. Redemption arc, quotation marks. That's all I'm saying. That's it. Keep that in mind, though. Redemption arc, because all things, when a person faces them, no matter how challenging they can be for the very first time, maybe one of the biggest challenges of their life, is not necessarily there to destroy you. It's there to aid you and to prepare you.
Psychologist, she came into chat. She was like, "You fucking drunk."
Even if the people doing it, a part of it, have no idea, because what people fail to realize and forget all this time, even with all the media and favorite trilogies and stuff, like, for instance, Star Wars. Like, there's something, just remember I brought up Star Wars. Now, there's something in Star Wars that I think I should go over, because either people have forgotten or it just doesn't connect. But yeah, I know you're like, probably now people are like, "What? Star Wars?" Yeah, it's not as related as the blank statement made, and the little breadcrumbs I'm leaving for a reveal. And it's pretty, I've kind of already really said it in a way. Just, I guess, not exactly that way. Uh-oh. Who's that, Brownie? Get him, Brownie. Who is that? Go get him. Go see who that is. Is that Grandpa? You go get him. No, I told him come get you. I heard you coming.
punk. I was like, what?
Oh, really?
I was just messing around with the chat. I was like, I'm a forensic psychologist, everybody. That's my dream. And she got all offensive about it.
Oh my.
You know,
I'm a physical therapist. Physical therapist. All over.
Kim said Nick was at your other account.
Ooh, you better get out of them back streets, boy.
Yeah,
Stay
Nick,
out of
you better
Kim's-
stop
stay out of
fucking
Kim's
requesting
shit.
her.
Yeah, stay out of Kim's shit.
Better stop requesting Nick. You know, I see everything. Just saying.
My friends don't even come up on his panel anymore because the cat man only talks.
I don't even think that's Nick. I think that's
Donnie is Nick. Donnie is Nick.
you sure? Because
I swear.
I know, but someone could have made an account up like that too.
No,
like you know,
it's Nick. I bet money on it. It's Nick.
well, I'm just saying because he texted me earlier, and then he was like, "I'll never be in your chat." You know, I was like, what? Because I didn't even say. You know,
Yeah, no, that's Nick. Donnie is Nick. 110%.
I don't block him because I just let the messages build up.
Hell yeah, get in the algorithm.
I just let it go. Just let it go. Yeah.
You can tell by the way he spells it's Nick.
Right, you can't spell ha 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 ha.
Oh. What's up, Frankie? Oh man.
Nick lost everybody. He don't, you know, everybody.
That might not make that possible.
He better define himself before he tries to find anybody.
You can't boil them.
He's very upset.
I can't be used that
Always.
way. Okay.
Always. And this fucking football pick sucks. I would not like, you know, I'm just saying.
I don't know if that technically. I
This
guess you
football pick
could
sucks.
still use it. That'd be
You were
weird
in
though.
here before I even got here. Stop lying, boy.
I don't know if that would make it right. Exactly. That's what I thought.
Rest in
Without
peace, Nick.
any shell
Rest in
pieces
peace.
too.
Rest in peace, Nick.
And that's your IG link stuff.
I can make some brownies
Right,
tonight.
Kim,
You don't have to have a whole thing for yourself. I mean, I'll just put half of them to the side for you.
Yeah, I didn't know
I don't
that
know why
was.
you think I'm going to eat them.
I call it out. Sorry.
He can come in under his real account. If that's
He
him,
was
he can
in
come
here.
in.
Go ahead.
He was in
Here,
on
if you
this
do eat them
one.
all, I don't have one.
Back up to page fucking Dr. Plummer or whatever.
Really? Because
Please,
maybe
go
he
ahead.
has me blocked on YouTube.
Bottom
I
right.
didn't see him. He's
Yeah,
not blocked. I unblocked everybody.
Pretty sure you did by then.
On his main account, yes.
I unblocked everybody. I didn't see him.
It's a good place.
Hit that link.
Good.
Do you want any of these
Good
now?
meeting yesterday with Sammy the Bull Son.
Good meeting. Yeah.
Go ahead, rip 'em. I'd rather wait.
I don't think you left your apartment to meet anybody, but okay.
Just
I got
eat
a
them
picture
over
of
that though,
here.
because they break it. They for some reason they break
Sure.
up real easy. I don't know.
Oh shit! Well, hold
I'm
on.
using those
I didn't
measurements,
think you were
but
gonna
it
say
just seems like something's not correctly measured sometimes because they don't.
I was not prepared.
They crumble apart too easy, or then they don't, or they're
I'm
too.
always ready.
You know, not really, but
Prepared.
yeah. That's why I keep them in that.
Hold on, I got you. Isn't Sammy Bull like a nobody?
He killed 19 people, killed a 16-year-old fucking kid back in the fucking 70s.
So he's a nobody.
Guy could be dead. He's a rat. He literally ratted the entire Gambino family.
Yeah.
You know, Gambino crime family in New York
Not
out
something to
back
be
in the
proud
90s.
of.
Yeah.
Everybody knows.
Ratted like
Everybody
fucking
knows.
40 fucking people out,
Hey,
put them in
Deadly,
prison for the rest of
Deadly,
their
if that's
lives.
you, dude, if
know.
you're really in here, I'll
So-
drop the link for you.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
nothing
fucking
to be
reviewing
proud of
shit.
me
I
with
ain't
anybody
even-
like that, you know.
I ain't even been taking a dig at you, really. Like, I ain't been watching you or nothing,
No,
man.
that's
But what fucking
mob
Bambi did
boss
today was fucking
John
low,
Gotti
dude.
away. Angel
Fucking
Gotti's
low.
dad.
Like,
Sammy. That's it.
I know you're talking about Nick, dude, and Sammy right now. I know, like, I don't know what you've been told or whatever, but you might want to come up because you can't fucking rewind back and see what I've said.
It's all over my page.
I know I am. I know I am. I'm sorry. Shut up.
Nick don't have 500.
I forgot what I was doing. Here we go.
Yeah.
My bad. I got distracted. All right.
Yeah, you don't even know why I'm watching this right now. I'm watching this because of what I saw at Bambi's. Like, my logical thing was, well, maybe you're live, but you weren't, but you had been. So
you should be able to add it on StreamYard.
It wouldn't let me. It's too big.
What are you trying to send?
Him with Sammy, whatever's son. Sammy was a scumbag gangster. A wankster, you mean? A wankster. All right. And the son is a nobody. Well, that's pretty much how it all goes. There you go. You got it.
Nobody is nobody.
Tell him to stop stalking his Instagram. Shut the fuck up. Y'all are fucking.
Yeah, what's going on?
What's up? How's it going?
Y'all ain't giving no fucks
Not much.
today.
Not much.
I can't hear you. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna have to mute it. I stepped outside, so I can't just pause and play.
It's all good. It's all good.
Hey, Kim.
How's it going? And no, I don't know. I just came into the chat a second ago, so I don't know what's going on. I just, seen someone said my name.
Yeah.
There, so, yeah.
Oh, you don't have to tell me that. It has to do with what Bambino did. Well, just caught my attention.
Bambi got. Well, my bad.
I've
I
been
don't
saying
know.
that.
Yeah, but no, I know that too as well. Everybody knows it over there, But I was just trying to be nice to the woman, But
I mean, I did, but we made mistakes when we decided to entertain that bitch's delusion about being a doctor. I should have straight up told her. I should have straight up told her. Hold on. If I hadn't been in my predicament with 200 fucking people, I'm not making an excuse because I was still wrong. Like, I should have still, even with my predicament, I should have been on IG, man, like, and said to her, look, I'm not trying to be any way, but I'm just going to lay this out as it is. I really don't think that you're being completely honest with everything, and that's fine. Like, it's nobody's business, really, but at the same time, like, you don't need to be, because I've seen her patterns where she gets, like, she has such an ability to just lie. She just fucking, she talks. The last time I covered her show, I said before I paused it, and I said, oh my fucking God. I said, she's about to use something that I know where she got it from, and she's about to say it in the sense that, like, it's she heard from a family member or whatever. And I paused that shit, and I went directly to a clip and clicked on it about Christopher Columbus, and it played. And as soon as it fucking ended, and I said, now let's see what she had said. And I played it, and it fucking went, and she said it did exactly what I said it was about to do. And I said, that right there, if she'll take some fucking info that you got off of a damn HBO show that was popular and say that that's what your grandmother told you, why her and grandpa and all them didn't like Christopher Columbus, and almost say it with the exact phrase, just a few words changed. Yeah. Fuck off. Like, fuck that bitch. I knew she wasn't, and that's why I went on that live one day and I said, will you please just admit that you're not a forensic psychiatrist? Like, if she would have just said, all right, you got me, I'd been like, fair play. I'm not ever going to speak to you or about you ever again. That's what I would say. Right. I'd be like, fair play. Fair play.
Know.
Thank you.
Yeah. She got mad at me because I was joking around in my live stream. Like, I always do. I was joking around. I was like, my dream is I want to be a forensic psychologist one day. Well, she came into the chat, called me a drunk and stuff because I said that, turning on me.
No, bitch. Hold on just a second. Listen, woman. I take it back. I shouldn't have called you bitch, but listen, woman. You took advantage from my state I was in and pretended to be a friend of mine. And when I put you down and I asked you just to let my doctor know, I didn't say call my doctor's office back to back to back to back with the same stuff and get them so concerned and worn out and worried and wondering, how much is or what all's going on with that. And they just to drop me. So no, you did not. No, you wasn't. This is just trying to get me to react right here. No, you was not.
Who's
Because
this?
if you was genuinely my friend, you would not. It's this fucking Ghost's wife or girlfriend, someone he's associated with. We may not really know. Like, I'm not. That's the thing. I don't assume anything, even if it's presented as that way. Because I've learned some of these people, they do have the ability to where they will make things appear a certain way and do behaviors to make it not everybody, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I ain't biting. Well, they told me that you kept calling them after they told me, and in which I know I told you after they told me the first time. I said, hey, that's enough. And you did it again. And then they were like, all right, you got to go find another doctor. Which, fine. You guys, I get, you want to try to act like you bear some, all of you trolls and shit, y'all want to act like that because of your malicious and fucked up and over the line boundary deeds and shit, you actually caused me to be in a better position and caused me to grow or some shit. Like, that's been the fucking line. And now that I've, it's been a year and I'm coming off the Ativan and stuff, and I've come to realize, I was over medicated. You even celebrated that more, like, oh, yeah, see, now we can really tie it up. But no, man, you didn't have any right to do that. Like, it doesn't matter. I'll even go as far to say if you knew or had a good inkling, knew that I was full well over medicated by the doc and maybe addicted and misusing my stuff. You don't play fucking God in people's lives like that. I mean, you just don't. Like, how would you like someone doing that to you? I mean, I don't like that. You're not bigger than me. You're not bigger than other people just because you can see their problems. Because guess what? If they can turn right back around and because if they paid enough attention, they would see your problems too. That's like that with everybody. And that's why I said, when I finish this phrase, I'm going to put this fucking dumbass, irrelevant fucker's whole paradigm on his face and all of his little followers, and he'll realize how insignificant and how much things have changed, because I don't think they realized everything yet. That's why they've been acting so quiet, because they know I'm acting different and they don't know what it's leading to.
Right. Yeah.
And if any of you haven't been quiet, and that shows I don't fucking watch your shit. So
yeah.
I'm tuned into you, actually. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So why don't you give me the lowdown? What happened with Bambi again? Because last time I came around, you kicked her and shit, and then I know she came back afterwards.
Oh no! Yeah. Well, okay. So the last time, listen, I'm not talking to Bambi anymore because she's doing some nasty things behind the scenes. Some nasty things behind the scenes right now. So, and which I don't. But let me get to this first.
Mention?
Oh, let me get to this first part first. She got mad because I was joking around in my chat. I said, well, I also want to be a forensic psychologist one day. she couldn't handle that. So she came in, started talking shit, calling me a drunk, everything else about that. She couldn't handle that. Me saying I wanted to be a friendly psychologist. So, that's what started, she's got some really fucking problems, then she's over there on Ruthie today saying I'm going to be dead in 10 years and, things like that. But I can promise you, I can outlive her. I will outlive her.
Release whatever fake shit you want. I don't care, man. Yeah, I hear you, man. Sorry.
Okay. No, it's good. I'm just up here. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I don't know who that person. Well, you told me kind of, but sounds like
I got it. Yeah, I got them.
Sounds like they're a troll. Seems like it. Yeah, Bambi's a joke. He's a joke. She's a joke. Now she's having this love live strong woman cause problems all over the place. This love live strong woman.
I'm sorry, but she's a joke to me though. How is she causing problems? Well, I just see her as a joke. I mean, that may seem
that's true,
shallow or whatever, but she just comes off like a joke anytime I've heard her open her mouth.
Yeah, I shouldn't say causing problems, but trying to cause problems. Trying to. Of course, she's a joke. She sits in her little Iowa house. That woman, go look at her fucking YouTube page. She has videos of herself over there.
Hey, troll busted. Little troll busted. Dog's life. The reason why you just got the boot, and only now finally, is so I could say right here, right now, I saw both of y'all sitting here doing the fake arguing, and she said that I bit and whatever else. No. I knew exactly what you're doing, Ghost.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm not dumb. Yeah. So I just caught you guys trying to do your little fake, like one person acting like they're an advocate for me, and the other fuck off. Goodbye. You're right. I won't take that disrespect. You're gone too. All right, go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Fucking dumbasses. Thinking they're getting me going. Told y'all I'll show y'all. I'll prove to y'all in one way or another, even if I have to draw it out, if I have to make a fucking whole speech with missing words in it that you have to fill in the box. I'll do some zodiac shit, some cryptic shit, and fucking leave. Like, that's the thing, dude. Like, I hadn't been going live every day. Going live shit every day all the time. Shit's over.
Oh, this person at the bottom of the chat, they seem okay. They come in my chat all the time. I don't know who that is, but they seem okay. I don't know who that is, but
who this?
Yeah, they seem okay. I mean, they're all good.
They're saying they're saying a GT reference. Look, like, I just hope you're not over here for anything to do with them, because I'm not. I'm not even. I'm just laughing at them. Like, I don't even watching them.
Yeah,
like they think I'm watching and they think I'm gonna. But what I am trying one last time, because I haven't called or checked on something yet. I'm planning to do it soon, and when I call and I check on this, then there's going to be a timer, and basically at the end of that timer, if even after that nothing like else has changed, I'm gonna be starting a fucking let's just say little Bambi's video on you, supposedly with your dick pic and all that today, is gonna look like child's play by the time I get done with someone else.
Yeah, that's not my dick pic. I don't know where she got that from. Okay.
Well, see, here's the thing. You had I posted something the other day and creatively edited it to where I didn't porn bomb myself. But even I didn't leave it up, and I'll tell you why I didn't leave it up. It wasn't for shame, because I know I already don't want to have nothing like that. But that will be on a shirt, Bird. I mean, I am about to go fucking. If you think you're gonna be like I'm telling you, like she's gonna end up being her and that all them little fuckheads over there, Workyverse rejects, former. They are going to destroy. They are going to destroy the Workyverse in essence, but not the way they intended to. What they are creating is a highly intelligent, sophisticated, could be soon troll. I don't give a fuck what all has happened or occurred or whatever. That, trust me, with the times and as change and stuff comes and evolves, that too shall pass. And if people want to bring it back up and watch it, oh well. At least if I don't see anyone watch it in the full format,
right,
and look into anything I say ever, and they just watch it and automatically, take the side of fucking this, then you're not being honest with yourself. Because you can find streams of mine, and if you watch them and then you go and see whatever I was talking about in it, that's what they rely on. Is a lot of my lives is just me talking, and so they know the context can be skewed very easy with a clip here and this there, and not showing this part here and all that, and I sound like maybe a rambling lunatic, I bet. I'm sure. But if you'd sit here minute yourself and,
yeah.
you'd fucking see what I'm saying.
I know you got a lot of, trolls, a lot of these troll channels coming in all the time. No, listen, if you let me know what videos I need to take down, I'll take them down. Just let you know. Okay.
I don't care. It's
Well,
not even, no disrespect. I'm not trying to come off any superiority way or nothing, but it's not even a factor at this moment.
Well,
don't know if it even would be.
That's not what I was saying.
Because I know what you're saying.
Yeah. It's not what I was saying. Yeah. I would just say,
it just doesn't matter at this point to me. It just,
because I don't even know, to be honest. So I would have to go through and look.
I thought, and I never saw, and when it was just the first,
right,
5 to 10 people, Fusion, Reaper, and the others doing their thing, I thought it was all crazy. They're like, I've had to go through enough to show that it really 20 channels, 30 at however many videos, just all the videos I've done already, if I were to stop and not ever be on audio or anything ever again, they've got enough to loop different things all the way around that, they could forever entertain themselves. And if that's what they want to do, I'm letting them have at it. They're not getting reported. Their channels aren't I can't do that to myself anymore. I won't do it to myself anymore.
Yeah.
I just won't.
Right. Yeah.
And they're fucking butthurt over. They want that frog who thinks he's something was fucking talking about a replica merch site of my stuff. Because I can't be e-begging. It's Operation No E-beg. I can't be e-begging when I think this dude has forgotten his definitions, because fucking e-begging would not be products with a logo that I made on it. That would not be e-begging, because I'm not telling you that you have to buy the product. It's an option.
Right.
As a matter of fact, I did it just to fucking get that reaction. So thank you, you dumb fuck. There's your first realization. Now move for me again, bitch.
Yeah. So did Bambi actually try to sell you wanting you to or not or whatever with the drugs and stuff? That really happened?
Dude, here's what I'm gonna say. All right,
well, I just because it sounds like her.
I did get some recordings.
Yeah.
With the way it worked, I didn't have things set up properly, or maybe it just wasn't able to do it that great with Instagram. So I'm not going to put something on where you can only hear one side. That is the only reason why she has gotten by with not letting, and that's simply the truth. I'm just going to come to it now. So she's probably like, ha ha, yay. But no, that ought to tell you, here's the reason why. If I was doing it every time, because she called me enough, and I can show, and she knows that she called me enough every morning and reached out to me. that I would have eventually figured it out if I wanted to. No, I said, if I want somebody to just give me a chance, like with the benefit of the doubt and shit, I got to do the same. I was like, so fuck it. And I just stopped at that point. But yeah, she did. She did for real. Tell me, and I've got it on the text message from her number. If that number was in service, and I know other people have had it and stuff too, I've shown it on camera. Like, I've put myself in front of my webcam on my laptop, scrolling through my phone, showing the message. It is a real message. It's
I remember,
a real received message.
I remember.
And she said 450. I can do 450 for that thing. And what it was she had told me on IG, or from after that, when we talked, then I basically got that something or somebody on a Telegram app through her son, where it ships from California in the mail. And I was like, is it sold as hemp THCA? Which is basically a legal loophole. It's the legal loophole that they're trying to close, and they've been trying to close. And she said, no, it's black market. And when she confirmed that over that line, and I knew she could have been recording me, even though I may not have worried about recording her at that point then,
right?
Which I should have, and I did try. And again, I fucked it up. But here again, because we talked about it once, didn't get a lot of info. She's like, how much you need? And I'm like, well, I mean, like, I usually spend about this much when I stock up in the month, so if I can spend less than that for the same amount or something better for a good price around that, that's what I'm trying to do. And I told her, I was like, I can get an ounce here for about $260 at the dispensary, and that was on, I think that was on damn near discounts and some shit like too. Like, I mean, and we're talking shit that was 33% tire fire. That's the last time I actually went to that to the dispensary. And now I just get hemp products because just in case in the future, especially when I'm living alone and shit with all these crazy people, dude, threatening me and shit, and that squirrel fucker. No, I ain't taking any chances, and I'm gonna make sure my ass is federally fucking legal, so that way if I have to fucking defend myself, I fucking will. Because I tell you one thing, you won't see me taking someone's provocation anymore. And if I can retreat, I'll retreat. You can call me a bitch, whatever the fuck you want to do. I don't care. I will walk the other way. But you're not gonna force me like to fight or anything like that. I mean, I might even just decide to fucking shoot a fucking taser at their ass. I mean, if they want to keep playing.
Yeah, I don't. It seems like
I don't want to hurt anybody because see, I know that a self-defense situation. Number one, I'm gonna deal with legal shit. I'm gonna deal with the fact that I could get a prosecutor that has a left-leaning side to him and thinks whatever and charges me for something. People, there are videos out there that tell you be careful about customizing your gun, especially if you're a gun that you're going to choose to use as your self-defense weapon, because that can be used against you. Be careful if you use like hollow point ammunition. Choosing to use that can be, they have tried to argue and say indicates you have an intent of actually wanting to mortally, kill the person. Especially if you got the ammunition right after fighting with them and it's just documented or something, it's crazy. So, yeah.
Yeah.
It's insane what I have read. And when I read all that and watched those videos, I took a pause. I said, okay, all right, maybe gun as first line of defense is, it's not that I don't like the Second Amendment and I don't want to put it down, but I don't want to pick it up first. Like, first thing I want to do is try to retreat. Second thing would be non-lethal. And then the third fucking option, if they still keep coming, I guess would be that.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. You got a lot of people sniping you at the time. You know,
and
that's,
yeah, I know. But and until it's and I got to be a year off. But once I get there, I'm fine. But I just don't want. I'm just not like, because that's one of the things that they've tried to use this group is like, if, well, hurting him real good or whatever is difficult and risky enough. But what would even be better is if they could maybe catch me or get me caught or lie or something about, and it would be in the hopes too. I know that it's extremely unlikely because of how I've talked and everything else. Like, they literally made fun of me for saying, I'm not an outlaw, I'm a citizen, in response to them fucking ganging up on me. And at that point, they wouldn't even but maybe 100 strong. They wasn't even really a unison then.
right.
Like, people don't understand how this all unfolded. And when you don't have all that knowledge and stuff of it, then you really don't have a clear picture of it. Like, I'm not saying I haven't made mistakes, and they can't fucking give me a bone for any time I've taken accountability, and they always want to preach that. And that's why I think as of late, like, it's all falling on deaf ears. Like, because I didn't tune in that last Friday. I mean, he played his fucking hokey pokey the Friday before last. And when he was live this past Friday, actually, no, I didn't tune into him. I guarantee he wants me to. Pretty much have been confirmed that and they've got so much shit going on over there. They've got a couple people that are like laying low. What they're trying to do, this is straight inside, is key word is to fuck, hold on. Damn, now I'm gonna forget. God dang it. What did they say? It's like my brain can explain it, but I don't want to think of what the word is. What the overwhelmed. Ah, dang, there it is. Overwhelmed. Keyword is to overwhelm and to, in other words, like, throw you off, make you think something else or not see what they're gonna eventually coming around and doing to try to elicit that reaction. Basically, like, I saw a post today that was just a few weeks old, and it was talking about a convoy to Paintsville, and that's Johnny Gopal. He's got more fucking people on his hate list and stuff on him than I technically do, but he does not at the level or intensity as just a few of the people I do. That's the difference. And so I said, well, if the people that was fucking with me didn't even show up in June, I was like, I think I did comment, maybe, or did I not? Or did I end up forgetting to comment? I was thinking of commenting, or I did. Now I can't remember, but we'll see. On somebody that commented on it, and I said, I bet that this didn't even happen, did it? I was like, I'm just seeing this. I was like, just like with, and they know what I'm talking about. That was their big reveal. Oh, we just not coming. Okay, great.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's fine. That's what I, wanted. So thank you.
Yeah.
But like, I don't. I mean, that's what should have been normal, anyways. I mean, people don't do that. Like, if you think it's normal for people, or that it's going to start being, well, I mean, fuck. I mean, you might as well be calling out all the YouTubers and big YouTubers. Like, there's so much shit y'all could go after and call it, but they know they'd be ridiculed over it. They only do it over here because a bunch, their buddies will laugh with them. Like, they're not gonna, Like, where's all the people going to Dr. Disrespects and standing outside his house picketing? You know, that motherfucker actually admitted to shit. Like, I mean, come on, man. But you want to talk about you gonna come around here and picket and fucking put up shit on me and whatever. I mean, okay, I guess. I mean, it'd be done. But then they didn't even come, and I'm like, well, I mean, throughout the whole thing, I was like, I mean, we pretty much figured out they couldn't. Like, they couldn't do it how they'd want to. They'd like to be able to walk right through here, which we have a nice walkway and everything through here. But technically, the only sidewalk is, if you want to call it that, it's not even, it's on the side, and it comes down right up until this property starts, and then it ends, and instead of a sidewalk, there is just the driveway where you have parking. It's just an open sideways driveway, just turning right off the road and in, and you know, and basically, so there's, do people walk alongside there? Not really. It's like I said, I mean, you could be walking down and somebody start to back up and you could not pay attention or something. I mean, it's not a sidewalk. I got that verified. And then on top of that, none of it is. And then on the other side of the road, there's a ditch and also no sidewalks. There are no sidewalks on the other side of the road. So they would literally have had to have been standing in this little patch of grass. And I mean, they would have been sloped. They would have been on a slope, ditch-like, and in front of them would have been just blacktop road, 25 mile per hour speed limit. And they would be standing along next to maybe a mailbox. And if they stretched on further down to the next house, close to the opening of that road, like, I mean, they would like have to be side by side almost, like one, you know. I mean, there would be no one else behind one another. It's just, it'd be crazy. I don't even think they'd have enough room to sit down there. They'd have to like sit down on their. Oh my god! So yeah, it's just stupid. Just all the things like, and I mean, but see, after something like that happens, now like they try to. It's a double-edged sword in a way, because they'll say, "Oh, well, you're laughing about it, so you're not worried, and you're mocking us. So if someone shows up, don't be crying victim." And but if I do, or it could be on the reverse end. I mean, of that they could be saying, "Well, like, you know, he did take, you know what I'm saying." Smoked.
Yeah.
This fucking hemp, man. I don't give a fuck what they say. They can try to say it's synthetic weed or whatever. It's just natural weed. It's just not as strong as regular weed, so it passes the federal inspection. And that's fine. Hell, I need a little tea break, you know? I mean, that means the next time I come across something, because I've come across a 30% THCA strain. I got 26 now, but I come across another 30. It was shit. Whew. One blunt of that is, you'd be good for a few hours.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know.
Exactly. You're telling me Gene's in here and I cannot see him? No. Hello, Gene. Get him out of here.
Gene ain't in there. I don't see him. No.
They wouldn't be saying hi to him. He's got himself blocked so he can try to come in here.
Well, I don't see him.
Because if you do, like, I can block you technically, not like hide you from my channel, but I can block you. And when I came in if I come in your chat, you wouldn't see me even on StreamYard. Come on, Brennan. But everybody else would that I don't have blocked.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy. So I guess it's like a gimmick, you know, you can come on and be like, oh, I'm talking and he can't see me type thing. Come on, bro. Ooh, excuse me. So what else have you been got going on besides getting an argument with Bambi? I mean, you didn't really tell me how it kind of broke off. You just said it did.
Well, no, that's it though. I said I wanted to be a forensic psychologist, and she didn't like that.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
were you really doing that though? Like, that's what I'm
No,
wondering. I
I
guess.
was just joking around. I was just joking around. I was like, I'd be a forensic psychologist, and Bambi came out
Oh,
of nowhere.
you should have known. You're telling me you wouldn't have. How could you must have been drunk, lit, because to not
I'm just
see that
telling
is
you,
crazy.
like, Bambi thinks only there's one person that could be a forensic psychologist, and that's herself. That's it. Yeah.
I
That's
don't believe you. I think you did it on purpose. Go that. You're not trolling me. Go that. No, sir.
Well, either way, she still got mad about
being
it.
wrong.
Yeah. Either way, she still got mad about it.
Yeah. Will y'all please get Gene rid of in here if he's in here, y'all? I don't want that dude in here, man. He just gives me bad vibes. Like, I'm gonna have to end up finding out whether or not something, and then after that, you know, and I don't want to mess with them. I want them to be out of my life. They don't seem to understand that.
Yeah.
The workies will be out of it soon enough. I mean, they pretty much are mentally at this point, except for the past shit and other things I'm going to cover about them still yet. But other than that, I've not been violent. Like, all they can do is reproduce one old ass clip from whenever me telling Petey or whatever to come up, you know.
Hey,
And
do you want?
that
Do you
invitation's
want?
been rescinded.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Do you want Gene blocked?
No, you're fine.
Do you want Gene
Yes.
blocked? Okay. Well, he's gonna get blocked right now. Block him. There. He's gonna get blocked.
Thanks.
Because I don't see him. I'm
I just
looking at
wanted to
StreamYard. Well, I don't see him. I don't
Hey,
see him with
Charlie.
streaming. I don't see the guy on
Now,
StreamYard.
you could keep trying to be friendly and everything, Charlie, but I'm still telling you, man, I'm getting that tape. So
What tape?
you know, the audio tape of him calling to the police, and if he's, you know, I've told him to just tell me, and I swore I'm not playing a cop trick. I'm not saying, oh, I'm gonna have you charged still yet. No, if he would just tell me and admit that, I would let it go, and the cops aren't going to pursue it if I just fucking let it go. And
Yeah.
I mean, but he's betting his money on, you know, me not getting it probably or whatever. So that's fine. I ain't fucking failed yet. It's just the person I have to go through to get it is, you know, well, I'm not going to get into that. That's community, local info. I don't need to deal in with y'all.
Yeah.
You know, like I basically that's why I've had challenges with this shit. Like, Bambi acts like she wants something done and justice, but she doesn't. Just doing the shit, if that's not your pick, I'm sorry, she's making that out to be like.
Oh no,
'Cause
that's
it's
not my
still
picture.
fucked up.
No.
Like,
That's fine.
I've had to
Listen.
restrain myself severely on not even reporting her shit, but I have not even reported her because I'm not going to. Like, and even if she strikes me or something, she's gonna be defeated because I'm gonna rebut it. And not only that, now I have a chat line with the YouTube people. It may not be fucking the best, but I have a different chat line now that I'm monetized technically, and I will let them fucking know fully about her. Like, number one, she's on another account, you know, and I mean, you can say what you want about that. They probably wouldn't do anything about that, really, but just if I point out that she's filing false stuff on purpose and I give them a link to her account and they just check over just a little bit of it, shit. I mean, if I could just, by God, get one human for once to fucking look at some of this shit so they could fucking be like, yeah, because their reaction is going to be fucking,
Right.
like, they're not going to be used to this content. Fucking majority of
Right.
public ain't.
No.
That's what people don't want to acknowledge on here. That's the dirty little secret. This is kind of really still in infancy, all this shit.
Right. I don't know. These people, they're, crazy. All of them. All of them. They're all of them. You gotta watch though with Bambi though. She likes to strike.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
At least try to. At least try to. Most of them are false strikes. No, Love Lives Strong from my channel.
Yeah. What about her?
She's been starting a lot of things lately. Yeah, up there on
Here's
Bambi.
the thing.
Yeah. Junk. Yeah.
I don't want to gossip, and that's not a cliche thing I'm saying either, because it's weird, but I actually want to pull something up for people
Yeah.
to see. And I almost would encourage other people to. Also, I see right on my shelf the book. I want to show you this. Now, this is a report that I got done along with some other things that I paid for from a dear friend of mine, mentor, who's passed away now. And it's called Karmic Astrology. Hold on, I can't hear.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you talking?
I am now. I am now.
Now I can hear you.
Well, I wasn't talking before. I
I
am
hear
now.
something, but like not.
StreamYard's
Must have
been
had you
messing up
playing on my
lately.
other device. The fuck?
No, I don't know. It's
It's all
yeah.
right. But it's called Karmic Astrology, Retrogrades and Reincarnation. And it says, I'll read you the back of it and show you this real quick. And it's got 3 editions because there were 3 other books that went with it. This was book 2, so this isn't really complete. But the moon's nodes and reincarnate. This is something that an astrologer would basically read. I mean, I guess a regular person could too, but you have to not only learn about all this, but learn how to read and know what's what in each individual. And it says one of the most radical and unorthodox interpretations of retrogrades. Disregarding the good or bad explanation, the author gives a system which explains the 3 vibrational moods in which these planets may be expressed. Each planet is discussed thoroughly in all signs in the houses. There is also examination of the esoteric and karmic symbolism in Karmic Astrology 1. And it basically gives you an outlook on different stages of your life, of things that you're experiencing in this life that are peculiar to you. Because, wait, what the fuck? Oh, shit. It's like, get more storage, asshole. Your storage is full. Like, damn. My shit is fucking, I don't know, that's weird. When did my shit change? Like, something didn't go through or something. Wait, didn't I already have Google One?
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna have to go through each of these fucking things. Yeah, it's gotten paused. I knew it. Motherfucker. It's because I changed some shit over. Why can't I
Wow.
see? Wait, storage is full. No edits can be made. I just want to view it. What do you? Oh my god, this is gonna piss me off. So I gotta download this shit then, I guess, because I'm not updating that shit right now. Now it's gonna pop up.
Right.
Download.
Yeah.
Fucking technology. Oh, I tell you, I seen some videos earlier, and wow, God, I couldn't believe what I was watching, but I just randomly clicked on it from someone on a peculiar channel I was checking out shared. It's a stupid video. But I mean, like, the stuff in the video was stupid. Like, the person, the way they were talking and everything, I'm like, God dang. Like, and I still don't get how these groups put forth this stuff that comes off as virtue signaling. I mean, it just screams virtue signaling and tattletale, like, almost in a way. And when you see that it's fake, 9 times out of 10, or it's twisted for something, and it's not presented exactly as they present it. I mean,
Yeah.
that should infuriate people. Like, I don't see how that can. I don't know. It's just dumb. Like, I just don't see how a group that can fucking go around that uses racial slurs and different things like that, and hates symbolism, and does the
Right.
exact same thing in different, like, in stuff that they'll show off, that they cause other people to either inevitably do or not inevitably do due to shit that they're doing and putting towards them. It's just insane. Like, like that Rocco dude. Apparently, this dude's been on here for 9 fucking years. Like, okay, so I will. I guess he is somewhat part of a different class. Like, he's not your typical just. Like, he's committed to this shit. He's committed to his delusions. I mean, he is one of them rare ones. I
Yeah.
seen that dude in seen that dude in a mask talking on something that Andrea had shared. And tell me this. You've said I seen here, I think I'd seen on this last one I just watched that you didn't have Andrea. You don't want to have Andrea up on your panel. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You said it to what's your face. You
Yeah.
realize that chick? Do you realize what that chick put me through? And I don't even
Who?
know her like that. Like
Who?
the chick you had on your panel.
And they're the same person to me. That Andrea, the other person, are the same person to me. You know, they're trolls.
No,
That's
no,
what they are.
no, no,
They're
no,
trolls.
no, no.
No, I'm just telling you,
Hold
they're
on just a
trolls.
second. Oh, I know. Well, maybe they think they are. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
You know, this old thing of they're trolls. You know, it's like expected or somehow all right. You know, that's gonna have to get old. Somebody
Right.
has to make it old in the culture. Because I mean, if that's it, then I'm gonna then I mean, now you see, maybe I'm gonna reveal to see now y'all have just been given a reason just now, right now, of why I'm trolling. Because hell, it can be used as an excuse. Fuck,
Right.
you know, I didn't know that I could just troll and I'm good. You know, I ain't gotta worry about shit.
Well, some people is nasty. I don't think you're nasty. Some people is, you know.
Oh, you haven't heard me on a bad day, I guess.
Well,
A really bad day.
you can only take so much when people push you to the edge, you know. So I don't think that really counts. You know, I know how these people are. Yeah, you're going to eventually respond. They can't predict how you're going to respond now. So, that's not how this works.
All right, now what the fuck is happening to Microsoft Word, man? Microsoft Word is fucking up for some reason.
Yeah.
It fine just then, and it closed, so I'm gonna have to open this in something else. Something's wrong with this shit. If it does it in something else, then it's for real fucked. And it worked, wouldn't you know it? That's weird. Now let me try to turn this around and share this tab. And I wouldn't usually like, I don't know, this is just ain't something to share, sort of, but I figured I would because because I have thought of some advantages of doing it at the same time. Hold on. Let's see, where's Dudley? I had you pulled up somewhere. I want to make sure you're paused.
Yeah.
Oh, you ended. Yeah, okay. Or no, it went to the end.
Oh, yeah.
All
That was a
right,
long
so
yeah.
this is, as you can see, as a PDF document from a book that he's scanned.
Right. Stand.
I know. I know. Look, I know. And you'd think, mysterious stranger, that would be why, or maybe not so mysterious after all, but you'd think then that'd be why they would fucking chill the fuck out permanently. But no, they just gonna keep on keeping on, giving. And one day they shall receive. It won't be because of me. It's because of fucking God. Because I actually believe in a supreme being. I'm like, I don't. I think some people that act like this, I think they really must be like agnostics or atheists or something. The way how they behave. But so the key word here is promise. It says for lifetimes. Now just think about that first. This comes from a place of thought that you have to first be accepting, willing to think in terms that you may be larger than you know. Because if energy can't be created nor destroyed, which this is a fundamental question of existence, and it can't, that's a fact. I guess one of the laws, like gravity, it just is. Well, then that means whatever is powering me and you, other than ourselves, that essence, that force, spirit, whatever you want to call it, that's who you and I are. And there's an atom in there, a seed, whatever you want to call it, that is what's stable from life to life to life and is your essence. And so it says for lifetimes, this person has enmeshed himself in dualities, resulting in indecision. He has tried to be all things to all people, and as a result, has made himself attuned to superficiality. And now he has karmic lessons to learn in the areas of loyalty and allegiance. Eventually, he'll come to see that by playing both sides against the middle, he can only make himself the center of the sandwich caught in a squeeze. But he retains a past life fear of committing himself to either side, for at least on the superficial level, he sees truth and right in both. He still believes a definite commitment to one side would leave him missing the opportunity in the other. And this ability to remain uncommitted enables him to constantly adjust himself to fit the needs of the moment. Like the chameleon, his colors change with his surroundings. In past incarnations, he was not too discriminating, knowing that it really didn't matter where he gave his affiliation since he never gave his complete self anyway. Now he swings like a pendulum in the breeze, open to ride, if but for a brief time only, on the winning wind. He purposefully makes himself the pawn of others, and even if only for the moment, seems to agree with them so he can temporarily feel accepted and a part of something. Through many lives, his sense of self-identity has become a single division, not just a single division, but filled with all the questions of everybody he was in contact with. And since so many people have formed the building blocks of this inner self, it's almost impossible for him to be anything but a hypocrite. If when he speaks, his expression will take on the language and body language from sentence to sentence of the appearance of person whose words he's trying to now pass off. In fact, when he makes a definite positive statement of his eyes will always examine the recipient to see if it was received as truth. And if not, he will now start talking incessantly, trying one collected statement after another in the hopes that somewhere in his collection of information, a few words might be worthwhile. He loves activity, and when circumstances make him feel cooped up or bogged down, he becomes restless and nervous. Overprogrammed, he struggles to keep up with the myriad of details and people that fill his life. He's got so much to do, but still feels distracted at the end of the day. From past incarnations, he never developed a long attention span. As a result, he spends much of his life constantly changing his mind about everything. At one point, he will go through conflict over whether to live in a large city or in the country, and the conflict is really between the continuation of his past life need to be with people, as in his present life desire to be away from them. And direction does not come at an early age. More often than not, it comes through the aid of parents or an older person who sets him on his course. This occurs usually after age 28. Underneath it all, he is unsteady, as he has been so busy seeing the shades of gray in everything that he has difficulty seeing the light of truth in himself. For this individual's life's biggest task involves a quest for higher knowledge. Through the Sagittarius North Node, he must learn that in order for man to be capable of seeing the truth, he must be the truth. He will go far if he teaches himself to speak from his higher mind, for the esoteric meaning of all he says will ultimately show him his real identity. When he starts to mesh with transcendental thought, he'll begin to reach a spiritual union within himself. He must work through his karma, perpetuating trivia, and come to see that for participating in gossip is the greatest sin against liberty. Then he must turn his back on all past life residue of pretended sophistication and reach for all that is real and natural. He comes to see that although a coin has two sides, it's still one coin. When he develops this perspective, he'll be able to transform the knowledge he's acquired into wisdom. The house position of the South Node shows the ways in which past incarnation personality conflicts plague the lower mind. The house position of the North Node shows the ways in which a higher consciousness can be developed into a vehicle which enables him to rise above all conflict. His present life evolution will free him from the bondage of indecision and in its place give him glimpses of universal truth. Stop. So that's just one section, and
Right.
it goes to right here. You can't even see it. Let me zoom in where it says stop at the end. As you see, he's written right there. Now, this is another person down here talking about this individual's learning how to achieve maturity. He had a tendency to look at rose-colored. I think this was one of my clients I took care of, the person that was paralyzed in a motorcycle accident.
Yeah.
He wouldn't. Here's what's so fucked up, dude. And I know you're probably trolling, and that's cool. I just don't know how it is by just chilling up here. Don't argue and be like, no. Like, just read the private chat, dude. Anyways,
What are you talking about trolling? I ain't trolling you.
All right, just read the private chat, maybe. I wanted to tell you this. So,
Yeah.
I was showing this to other people as well, but basically, so the guy I took care of, that was paralyzed, he wouldn't even acknowledge
What
that,
the fuck?
like, don't react like that to it and everything, but just read all that in and soak it in. That is coming from Gene Team. Garen fucking T.
That's not
and that's all
fucking
I'm gonna
true,
say
bro.
about it.
I'm telling you right here.
I'm just telling. I don't really care. That's what they don't seem to
What?
mean either. But the way they're coming in here and out,
Yeah.
The thing that person forgets is the way they're coming in and out, dropping that and leaving, so I can't get their YouTube account.
Yeah.
Is reminiscent of a certain mustache man figure that is a
What the
creepo on
hell?
here. But yeah, anyway,
Yeah. I'm just saying. That's all. That's stupid. It's stupid.
he likes to mess around. But anyways, this guy I took care of, rest in peace. He's not with us anymore. He's a good guy though. But he had a thing where, like, he had a family. He lived in a, like, because of his accent and stuff. But by his name and from what I had learned, this guy had Jackie, yeah, Wayne Turnbull. Okay, so he had wealth and power and the family blessing, but he didn't have the structure blessing. And this will make real. I mean, you might say, well, that's kind of generic. There's just three things, but let me show you. So what that means basically is in that person's life that has, if you have all three of those, then the only thing else you could have is challenges. There's karmic blessings, and then there's karmic debts, and then challenges. And so he didn't have any debts other than in the area of structure, whereas I have debts in structure and health and wealth. So he had health and wealth, and he had family. And well, he was coming back on a motorcycle one night, and see, I couldn't get this out of him. Like I said, I was talking to him, and I was like, and I would have a lot of conversations with him. I'd be interested in what he thought. I was a lot younger then too. I was 16. I was about 17 when I first started working for him, and I was working for him when I got with Caleb. But basically, I couldn't get him to really. At first, he was like, "I don't know what you're talking about." He's like, "No, that's not what happened." He's like, "I don't know who told you that." And I was like, and I told him, like, I straight up told him, I said, but I was like, but yeah, I said, I asked. I said, like, I'm not saying, like, I made him know that, like, the person wasn't just randomly talking about him. Like, I was kind of probing. And he's like, well, they took you on a ride. But basically, what he did, and they did, they told me the truth. Because I lied to him, though, about the other thing was that older woman that I know wouldn't lie confirmed it for me. And so I just felt really bad after that, and I didn't even tell him that immediately. Because he basically was coming back, and if you lived around here, it's dark at night, especially if you're real out in the country. There's I don't even think with the power lines, I don't even think they have a. Every now and then you come across a light pole, but they're not that regular.
Right. Yeah.
Anyways, he was coming across from the other side of, which is from the steel direction, towards the direction of, I say, Frozersville and or Cottonwood Point, which Cottonwood Point where he lived, is the area that I worked and he lived in, where he grew up. And so basically, he was coming across this part of this,
Right.
it was a curve, and he's on a bike. And keep in mind, I would think this is in the late 70s to 80s, like early 80s, maybe at the latest. I don't know, really. But because he's born, I think, in the 60s, like my dad. So I'm not exactly too sure, but he was at least done driving age. And he comes over, and basically, as he's coming up around that curve, and there's going to be a overpass that goes over the interstate. There's another road, an outer road though, that's usually, if not one on both sides, there's one that ran right there, and it had a ending and a place you cross over there to get to the other side. And then not only after that, you have another opening that's from the interstate of cars coming onto that exit. And then on the other side, you got, people leaving to get on the exit and go the other way. So, and then so it's like boom and boom. And then he's coming around that curve at 55, probably 60, maybe even 65 miles an hour on a bike. And I mean, he just gets he got thrown off his bike and he survived, but he fucking lost all control except in his upper back and his arms. He couldn't use his fingers, he had no control of his feet, nothing. I felt like that's the worst client I've had. Like, not the worst as in a bad client, but I mean, that was like the most experience that I got, I feel like, in such a short amount of time. Getting to, even being comfortable with doing certain stuff. Like, it was not, like, I almost wanted to say no thanks and just not even do that job. But I had to make money, Gas money wasn't going to come from nowhere.
Right.
Being from a small country town, dude, that's all we did was ride around. If you wasn't riding around shooting guns or mudding, then you was probably up to no good.
Right.
Man, that's just the truth.
Who's these people in this back chat?
That's fucking, he's mad as troll. Is supposed to ask him about anything you just said. He's not paying attention because he's in Discord voice call. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Progressive Patriot. Wow. Well, hey. Is that really progressive? Like, why would you just come in here and say that and not say nothing? Now I gotta think it's not progressive. Holy shit.
It's
I'm not
trolls
trying to snitch you out or nothing. I mean, I ain't trying to snitch nobody out, but like, I mean, it's kind of, I didn't see this necessarily coming, but, I thought it could be. I mean, look, I'm sure if those people want to be good people to you and stuff, they can be. They just didn't want to be that way with me, man. So you do whatever you want, Phil. Hang out with whoever. I ain't gonna tell you shit. Yeah.
I don't talk to them people. I don't talk to them. They have not been in my chat. None of them people. Yeah. No way. They haven't been in my chat. Nothing. Don't want them there. Don't want them there. Really don't want them there. A lot of trolls tonight. A lot of trolls. What's this comment?
I'm just saying how it is.
Yeah. Well, Kim just told you, I ain't trolling nobody. I ain't trolling nobody. I had Kim reach out to you before, in your live streams, about talking to you. I'm not trolling nobody. Just saying. What is there to troll? What is there to troll? Just saying. No way. No way. I ain't trolling nothing. They might be, but I'm not. I'm not trolling nothing. I don't know. Just saying.
There. Hello? 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 Can anybody hear me? Yeah, I just got kicked out too. Deadly, can you fucking hear me or not?
Yep, I can hear you. Yep.
What the fuck? I'm still talking.
Well, it kind of crackled a little bit, so I could hear you a little bit. A little bit.
Man, you're on another call. I know. Anyways, Z, you can come on back up, man.
Wait a second. I'm not on another.
Don't worry about it. Look, don't argue with me with dude. I'm cool. I really don't care. No.
Well, no. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Z. What's fucking crazy though is how much of an uproar people will be if I fucking were to come out with merch against Bird and them or anything like that. Like they'd be saying I'm a hypocrite and all that, and I already know that. Like I already know it's not the right thing to do. It's not what I want to do. That's why you see nothing but regular merch. Damn, now Deadly fell out. Well, he fell out. I didn't kick him, Kim. So if he wants to come back, he can. But yeah.
Yo.
Yeah, no, Kim. Brownie. Hold on a second.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, hold on just a second. Yeah, I can hear you. Just give me a second. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. What you doing, Bill?
StreamYard
Sorry, Brownie. Yeah, it just kicked me out too.
Now, I was just curious. That PDF you was reading, what is that way of thinking called, or that way of life, or whatever?
It's not a way of thinking. It's not a way of thinking. It's taking knowledge from sources that like astrology, numerology, and they're put together, and they're interpreting. It's basically interpretation of your life path, what karma you carry, and everything from what your planets. Like if you have the planet, like I've got Uranus, basically the planet Uranus. If you have it in your fourth house, for example, which is in mine's in my fourth house. Your fourth house is related to your home and your family life. And Uranus is a very unstable planet. And not only that, I've got it in retrograde. And so, which makes it even more hectic in some ways, different, and more, kind of like opposite in a way of its original nature, but still the same. It's hard to explain, but basically the traits and qualities of that planet in retrograde symbolized being in my fourth house. That is what basically not controls, but it it influences, and so as a result, my home and family life, and this is true, has always had a sense of instability in it. Like I've never lived in one place that long. Like I've kept one place that I've come back to and stuff, but I never stay in one place long. It's not in my makeup to do that. I'm supposed to be moved around.
Gotcha.
And it said also family and stuff. And basically it can make you almost feel like you have no roots. The person feels, and they don't. Like I'm to understand that my roots are a more cosmic sense. Like, I'm not confined to just one way of life, one house, and one town forever and ever. That's not. But then also in that same karmic report, you saw it read that at one point it said, I will go through the choice of whether to live in a city or the country. And I think I may not have even made that decision yet. I may just think I have because I lived in Nashville with my father and I ended up coming back here. I guess time will tell. But I mean, it said that I would have a conflict with that because in my past life need to be around people, but in my present life I actually want to be away from them.
Right.
So I got a dual nature. I got part of me that wants to be around, has a past I guess, fixation with, because it said I was in contact with so many different types of people that I basically took on all their different identities or things that they identified or thought or lived religiously, and if it stood out to me, I adopted it. And so, like, I kind of formed my own philosophy in that regard, like I've studied, I've read through the Quran, not all of it, but a lot of it, and had a lot of Muslim friends in my teenage years when I was coming up in high school. And I basically learned that, just because that sect of them that attacked the Twin Towers and stuff, that's not all of them, and that was important, really, I guess, for me to learn, because I mean, I really had no idea about it. I didn't know that there were two different types, Shia and Shiites, and basically extremists. There's extremists in every group. Yeah, Shia and the Shiites,
Sunnis.
Or yes, I'm sorry. You're right, Sunnis and Shiites. Wait, say it again.
Sunnis and the Shiites.
Yeah, okay, you're right. I messed that
you're
up.
right though.
See? It's been so long. But I broke fast with those people. Like, I was there at their Ramadan, and man, that was the most natural, sweetest fucking juice and selection of food. Like, I was always a picky eater too, but they were such a nice family, and the girl I was head over heels for. So I was really, trying to be respectful to her father and her mother. And I tried just about everything. It was good, as far as I ate dates. Ever seen a date? Yeah.
Oh yeah. I have always wondered though with the Muslims, they got the Dome of the Rock, but that other place that they all pilgrim to, that big giant square that's in the middle of that.
The Hajj. Yeah, that's
the meteor in the corner of it.
So it's a black cube. It's a black cube structure. I know what you're talking about, but it's the
Hajj in the corner of
it. You're gonna have to send me what you're talking about.
There's a black.
I haven't looked at it for a while. It's very interesting, it and Judaism together, because both of them. See, Islam and Judaism has, Christianity, the way it's formed mainstream, they downplay a lot of the mythical stuff relating to just us and just associate it with Jesus. But in the Quran, they mention the jinn and different things, as well as in the Torah. And there's another thing in Judaism called I asked my friend one day, I said, what's the word goyim mean? He said, where did you hear that?
Goyim?
I said, yeah. I said, what's it mean? He
Anybody
said,
that's not.
He said, you're not going to answer me? I said, well, let's just say that I see a lot of stuff online, and I've done a little research. I was like, it means Gentile, non-Jew, right? And he said,
unclean person.
Said, yeah. I didn't say that. I said, does it mean non-Jew? He said, yeah. And I said, it's a slur, isn't it? And he said, yeah.
Yep.
But that's not how they all, just.
They're not all like that, but man, I tell you what, them Jews and Jerusalem and shit, they fucking hate Christians.
Yeah.
Well,
the thing is, they see us as, the problem they have is they see us as getting in business we have no fucking business being in, and they're technically right, but at the same time they want to take our money and help use it to destroy another country, but they don't want to take our advice on when to cool the shit down after, like, I don't know. It's never going to stop until unless they want to stop both on both sides, or one or the other finally gets an upper hand. And the way it's going, I mean, it always seems to be at a standstill.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
they've
half
been
built
fighting now for how long here recently again after the hostage thing happened. Still supposedly hostages held. Like, I can't even believe that they've held the hostages this long. I would have thought they'd been long dead. Thank God for the ones, I guess, are still somehow getting released. I mean, ever since I thought that maybe it was just going to be a little skirmish, but shit. But with that Iron Dome Netanyahu's got, and Trump wants to build one here, which hey, I'm in 100% for it. Fucking build us an Iron Dome too. That motherfucker, I seen that shit incinerate, and I seen them launch, I don't know, like 4 or 5 fucking missiles during their way, and you could see them slowly coming, and then all of a sudden you just see these little other things that are shot out that don't look like, they're almost like missiles too in the same way, but they're not in the same exact. It's hard to explain. I have to get a video in a minute when I go back in, and they just boom, and then you see one missile go down, boom, second one goes down, third one, boom, down, fourth, fifth, and then no more missiles. I mean, they don't even get halfway. I mean, I don't even think they barely let them get halfway.
Yeah, it's crazy how lit up the sky gets at nighttime when that motherfucker goes off. Looks like thousands and thousands of stars falling.
I was watching a famous documentary earlier of people that went to Iraq, and you know, I don't know. I know Saddam Hussein was bad, but I think after we got him, we should have stepped away. But I guess it's not that easy. Like you don't want to come into a country though and make it unstable. See, it's complicated with me because my best friend from high school, Muhammad's dad, was a translator for the U.S. government. That's how he ended up getting Muhammad and them, you know, tickets to the U.S. to be citizens. But
shit, he
so if not for the war, he goes over there a lot. Matter of fact, he's moved back there. He went over there and got married and stuff after getting his education. Like he even changed his name legally. He changed his name from Muhammad to something else. I'm not going to reveal it, but his name is no longer Muhammad. And he did that for the simple fact of the discrimination and the issue with the name, you know.
Yeah. Looks like there'd be a big target on his dad's back over there.
His dad's a pretty good, wealthy man. And my other friends, our mutual friend Rez, who he got deported back. I saw him right before he got locked up. He stopped by at my brother's place that I was staying at temporarily and working, and I was in between stuff. I was freshly done, and at that point, it was right after with Kayla, sorta, you know, and that shit. And I had my client down here calling me and telling me to come back to work down there. And I'm telling him, you know, I'm currently trying to, you know, work in this industry my brother's doing and in. And, you know, so I knew he wouldn't, you know, I mean, I just like wasn't gonna do it at that point. Like I wasn't giving up that easy. I was trying to, you know. That's why it gets me when people say and people want to talk about like, you know, not being on my own and shit. Like they have no idea how many times I've gotten into situations where I tried to evolve it up out of that and get on my own, and it didn't work out because I guess life had other plans. But I was there for 5 days, man. 5 fucking days. Now, keep in mind, this is my blood brother. I grew up with this dude. We're half brothers too.
Little brother or big brother?
Big brother. 5 years. Used to bully me. I mean, I was talking just earlier today with my granddad about it. One and stuff. Anyway. Yeah.
Well, you're not talking anymore?
And his and rest in peace, his former fiance, who's now dead. You know, she it was her hometown, St. Louis, that we was up at. Her friends, her area, and all that. Huh?
I didn't say nothing.
Well, yeah. Anyways, so basically, I made $80 in 5 days, which, you know, in 2013, I guess, you know, for the starting rate and trying to be a salesman that works off commission, door to door, on a product you've not really ever done that, like, and I've done sales before. I'd worked and attended a stupid little, what's the name of those pyramid scheme? Starts with an A. It's in sales. Fuck, what is it, man? Let's think of it. It's a sales company that you sell stuff for, commission based. I want to say Amway meeting. I think it has to do with kitchen utensils, is what they sell. Something I fucking can't remember. But anyway, it was something in Nashville I did one time for a little while. So I was familiar with the concept, and I was like, fuck, I don't like this type of work. Like, I don't like fucking, you know, what if I have a shitty day and nobody buy it? We were selling steaks and shit.
Gotcha. There's people that still do that around here.
Well, classic my brother style. He fucking ditches me and puts me on with another driver who doesn't know me, could give a shit less about me or being there. I'm green as fuck, you know. So even if a good deal comes across and, you know, whatever, I'm probably gonna get fucked by him because I gotta ask him everything. You know, my brother just completely fucking gives me in the hand to this dude, like, you know, like, and I'm like, why am I not going with you?
Throw you to the wolves.
Straight up. And on that 5th day, when we talked, and I was like, at that point, I was like, you know, fuck it, I'm gonna tell him. He's like, well, I was like, number one, that dude don't know me from a hole in the yard, too. So he doesn't give a fuck how I'm doing or coming up. I was like, do you realize I've made this much in this many days? I was like, and now you're asking me about some money and I've been here 5 days. I was like, forget it. I was like, I'm going home. I was like, I tried. I genuinely tried. I'm like, but you don't want to play team. Like, and that's fine. You know, like, I'm not going to argue about it. And he was like, whatever. So I left and came back home. But my friend Rez had stopped by there in his Honda before he got pulled over. And now somebody will try to say, oh, I set him up there, but he knows better. Because I don't even think it was actually that time. I think it was I think it was actually the very next time, because it wasn't exactly on the way out from there. But yeah, he was moving. He was moving a lot of weed, dude. He was moving a lot of weed, like a lot of weed. I had no idea. Like, really, like, I always thought he just was low, like, you know, cool dude, knew a little bit, you know, might even mess around on something like in high school, like, but, you know, and he always had a 9 to 5. He always had a fucking job. That's one thing I can say about him, is that he consistently stayed working, even if he hustled, you know. And his family, they was very wealthy, had a nice house, and his brother, his mom, all of them were pretty good people deep down on the inside. Like, especially his mother and father and shit. Like, being over and throughout the country.
Yeah.
Like, they never put me in harm's way. Like, he probably saved me and kept me out of harm's way a lot of times more than I realized. And when I came back there and Rez was gone, like, well, not gone yet, he was still in immigration. He spent like almost 3 to 4 years in limbo in between getting pulled over and arrested. And, you know, after with all that, you know, and the fact that he was not a permanent citizen yet, he was in the process of doing that, I guess. He had told me that his sister one of his sisters was in law, or going into law, I guess, back in the day, and had got hers done, and she was helping facilitate the rest of them do it. And well, you know, he's not the only one, and shit just didn't get done in time, and he ended up getting caught up committing a felony. So they sent him bye-bye. And he eventually got the fuck. They kept him for about like 4 fucking years though, before they finally sent him on his way.
That's wild.
But he's doing good now, and I hadn't heard from him in a minute, but I mean, yeah, he did call me before over on Messenger. He's back over in Kurdistan, because that's where they come from, this place called Kurdistan. And supposedly they're people from what, I mean, I'm not saying supposedly like I don't believe it, but what I was told from them was that they were either all or at least a good majority of the people that Saddam Hussein was going after and killing. So that's why I say I don't know how I feel about the Iraq war, because not for it, I wouldn't have ever met Muhammad. And they might end up getting killed. Because, like Muhammad and his dad and them one night, I was getting picked up by my dad over at his house after staying over and riding the bus. My dad's truck was on the fritz all of a sudden. And, you know, jumping didn't seem to fix it exactly. So, or it didn't at first. Finally got it to get going and we left. But his father at that moment had said, "Y'all can take one of my cars." The dude's got a wife, a kid, you know, he's only got 2 cars, and it's like, "Hey, y'all need to take a car?" You got a fucking dude does that.
All right. You don't find people like that much. Looks like he would have a big target on his back over there, though, being a translator.
I ride back home. Maybe a cousin that knows how to help with cars, something. I could think of 1,000 different things that would be still nice and unbelievable, but that's just like, oh wow, like, here, take the key and take my least favorite of my 2 cars, and you know, let me know something. Like,
yeah, that's wild.
And my dad was like, no. He's like, thank you, but no. He said this should. And finally, it did get started. That would have been weird.
Would you say that sales job was the most?
My dad was a CPA though, and he had met my dad and talked to him a little bit, so he knew my dad was professional. Like, I don't think he sensed anything wrong with my dad. He just knew that, you know, we were Europeans. What? What were you saying? You said something. Did my dad do what?
I'm high as shit right now.
I hope they don't close this fucking farm bill loophole, man. I'm gonna be fucked.
Are you smoking THCA shit?
Then I'm really gonna have to go to black powder. Huh?
You smoking that THCA shit?
Dude, it's not THCA shit. That shit is flower.
Oh, I know.
I mean, it is THCA, but it's, in my mind, it's flower.
Dude, I got some right now. I mean, that's what I've been smoking. well, they call it THCA. You know, it just as soon as you put fire to it, it converts into the real
All
shit.
it does is calm me down and relax me, I feel like. And like my granddad didn't, because he always asked, and I straight up asked, like, I asked Dr. B, I was like, why do I smoke weed? I straight up said that. I said, why do I like smoking weed? He said, because of the relaxation aspect to it and it calming down your nerves. He said, you're a 5. He said, and then he said, and also I've got an N in my last position of my first name, which is an unstable, active energy. So I have that in the overactive position. And then in my last name, I have an N in the same position, another 5. And then my birth number is a fucking 5. So I've got 3 5s. So and anytime you have 3 or more of any particular spirit, those traits are over exemplified in you to a degree. In other words, it's even more so. Like people that have 3 or more 9s, for example, in their name are very sensitive. I've got 4.
No offense, that
I've got
sounds like
one in my first. I know, but I got 1 in my first name. I got 1 in my middle name, and I got 2 in my last name. Because every letter represents a number. The alphabet, letter of the alphabet, English alphabet, is 1 through 26. And if you add together, I don't care if it's you can add 12 all the way up to like 100 or 99 plus 50 or whatever your sum is. Let's say your sum is 314. 3, 4, 8. No matter what you add, you're going to come to a number between 1 and 9 or 11 and 22 on the off chance. Or I think, or maybe it's just 1 and 9 and not 11 and 22. 11 and 22 you can come to, but technically if you reduce it, you will always, and add every number together, you're always going to come to a number between 1 and 9. I challenge anybody to try otherwise. And don't do 0 because 0 don't count. What?
It's just math, though.
Well, it's more than math. Those 9 numbers, which are basically everything, all the letters of the alphabet. Like if you have A is a 1, right? Well, also an S is a 1, and a J is also a 1, because the number of the alphabet that they are added together equals 1. So 1 is A, J, and S. 2 is B. Let me explain this shit to you. 2 is B.
I get it.
I don't know the other one. No, you don't. 2 is B, and I'm trying to think what's the other one.
3 is C.
The 11th letter would be a 2. No, B is a 2, just like A. The letter A, you're going in order. So the letter A is a 1. The letter B is a 2. The letter C is a 3. The letter 4 is a D. The letter 5 is a C, or shit. A, B. I forgot 3. 3 is a C. 4 D. 5 E. 6 F. H is, or not H. 7 after E is what? I'm losing my train of thought. G. 7 is G. That's right. And 8 is H. 9 is I. And then you get to J again. J is what? 10, which is 1. Like I said, AJS. And then you get to JK. K is the second. All right, so that's the one I was looking for. K is the second B, or basically K is the spirit of the 2. No, listen to me, man. You have to listen all the way if you're going to get the clear picture. So do you
I'm
see
listening.
where I'm going? Like
I see
B
you going.
is the number 2. It's the second letter of the alphabet. K is the 11th letter of the alphabet. Added together is also a 2, so it represents the 2 spirit. So like I said, see how he went to J, which went to 9, and then we started right back over. And then we went back to 1 and then 2. So that's what I'm saying. It goes all the way to like Z. So if you know somebody, for instance, whose their last name has a D in it or an M, they are a highly meticulous and organized person.
You there? You're breaking up on us. I can't hear you talking, Square.
That's one of the best I have.
But what about all the other letters? Do we just forget about them?
No, but I mean, you have people, like I said, like the person I worked for, he had the O and he had the wealth in the house, but he always relied on somebody else and had to go through a rigorous process every day to have a life somewhat structured. And it was sad, but like I saw that play out in front of me with that and all these names over the years. I mean, I have tested in the real world on my own the stuff that I've learned and just observed just to see like how much of it will go like this. Is there anything I can see that that can tell me why? And it never makes sense how I come across some people and after I know who they are and stuff, it makes sense why they are the way they are exactly. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, like I had that old motherfucker hand me a Coca-Cola can, which I had. He was like, "Do you like drinking this?" Well, I held that up to my chest and I held my arm up. Now you think about me, skinny old me. I'm fucking small as shit. Like anybody could push my arm down. It's a no-brainer. Like I held my arm up with no other support other than just holding my arm up while holding Coke up to my chest. Coca-Cola can full of soda, unopened. And he told me what was it? To resist him pushing down my arm. And so I did, and I lasted for a little bit, and then I went down some, and then he eventually got me all the way down. I couldn't keep it up. And he demonstrated that again and again. We tried it. He'd let me even take a break. He'd try it again. He's like, all right. He's like, I got something else. He said, this is something that I use. And it was a superfood that you take and put in a smoothie or water or whatever. And it's supposed to give you everything you need every day. And I held that up against my chest. And he told me to do the same thing, put my arm up. And I did. And he could not get my arm down more than just 20%. And it would hold. And it stood strong. And it did not go down. No matter how many times I kept. And I started to laugh. I said, there's no way. I said, do that again. And he did it again and again and again. It's not fucking magic, dude. I've done it on people. He said, you can do that to anybody. He said, that's how his culture person, what some people may call a witch doctor or whatever, if you want to call it that, would figure out which herbs and oils were best for which person. So
By pushing them and
because
seeing if they go over or not.
okay, if you hold an object like the rose oil compared to a generic Walgreen brand of some type of moisturizer like I have, along to the rose oil that I have, if I would be, you wouldn't be able to get my arm all the way down, maybe at first, but you would eventually with the product that is toxic In other words, it doesn't give me any energy at all. It's dead. And then I'm holding something that's alive, and my arm is going to stay up to, damn near all the way. But but one oil, your arm would stay up higher than the others because it's more attuned to your frequency. But they don't have to do that anymore. They already know what all those are. That's not anything that they do. But I mean, it's an example of how they did and figured shit out. Like, and that's just something he showed me. I know you think it's a parlor trick or thinking something like that, but it's not. Like, as he had told me, that feel free to do it to other people. He said, all you have to do is make sure you have something that's negative and clearly positive. It doesn't even have to be one of his products. I mean, you could do it water versus Coke. I swear to God. You could do it water versus soda, water versus alcohol.
You ever heard of light as a feather, stiff as a board?
No.
You ever heard?
Maybe.
You need to YouTube that shit. Like, people can pick people up with 2 fingers. It reminds me of that shit.
Yeah, I can count letters. It's not about the counting, though, you dumbass. It is a fucking code. Okay? It's a code to how spirits, like vibrational spirits, affect human consciousness. So that's basically what it is. Abcleology. Ology means study of. So psychology, study of the mind. Numerology is study of numbers. Astrology is study of the stars. Astronomy is study of the stars in relation to their physical stuff. Astrology is more spiritual, esoteric stuff. And then you got abcleology. Then you have gematria and all that. I mean, look, Google it. Google what gematria is. It'll straight up tell you. And it's weird too, but because it didn't used to do that, but now with the AI, it's gotten so smarter that it will straight up say that gematria is an ancient code of the Hebrew scriptures. And it's the same thing that this black guy told me. That's not from the Hebrew, tradition or anything. He's from an African tribe. So how the fuck does he know what gematria is when it's supposedly is documented in other parts, how did his people know about a star before it was even seen on a telescope in 1988? Like, his people predicted and told of a star, and they got told about it long ago. It's all documented in their culture. French anthropologists went there because they couldn't understand how a so-called primitive tribe would have knowledge of a star system that scientists wouldn't even see for so many years and shit. They knew what it was. They had the name for it already and everything.
Have you ever dove into the Kabbalah?
Let's see, now you're talking about something still related, but not exactly. No, that's supposedly Jewish mysticism.
Jewish mysticism. Dark shit in that, dude.
I don't know what we're talking about. The same thing. The real Kabbalah is not technically meant to be dark, from what I saw. Like I said, there's always a twist.
Well, it's always
depends on where you got your information from. I may not be wrong, or you may not be wrong, but we both have some pieces that are right. But what I saw, or from what I looked up, Kabbalah is some type of Jewish thing, isn't it?
I can't hardly understand you.
Isn't that some Jewish thing from what I've looked at? Can you hear me now?
Your mic's fucking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but it sounds like you're eating your mic. I can't hardly make out your words.
I said, what? Isn't that some type of Jewish thing?
Well, it just goes, it's kind of along the same lines. Jewish, the letters in Hebrew or whatever are assigned a numerical number and all that. It's got to do with all that shit, too. It sounds like the same thing. Is what I'm getting at.
No. That's see now. Here's where I got to overstep you. All right, from what I just read, I see what you're saying. You're saying it's sort of like, and by the definition, it seems that it is. Except, I have to say this, and of course, I know people will, especially the Jewish people, will disagree. But the thing is that the Dogon tribe are documented with having this stuff and of getting it 22,000 years ago when that happened. So I think whatever the Kabbalah is like, it's just like how he talks about how numerology is a watered down version of what ampleology is. It was made for so anybody could learn, basically. And it's kind of like looking up someone's sun sign. It's useless compared to like a natal chart as far as giving you like in-depth information. Like a natal, I'm a Gemini, and you saw by my karmatic report that, oh yeah, I definitely got two sides, but it's not just that simple. Like, it's because supposedly for several past lives I had this, behavior of always being in dualities, or I don't know, thinking that I could be two people at once, I guess. And that's my karma, is to realize that I'm still one person. So, and if I try to be two different people, I'm going to keep getting caught in the middle of it like a sandwich and getting squeezed.
Yeah, I don't know about
I
all
hadn't
that.
read I hadn't read that in a while, and reading it, just I'm seeing everything that's going on here lately with me, and it reaffirmed a lot of. And I used to have doubts about it too. I thought that but I think it just kind of struck me at how detailed it was, because he went through that book, all those pages as you can see, and he put stop here, stop. I'm gonna go to this next part. But I thought that this one part was my boss, that says this individual is learning how to achieve maturity. In past incarnations, he had a tendency to look at life through rose-colored glasses. Now there's still much of the baby left in his Cancer South node. He's so used to going through his prior life on crutches, wrestling with his dependencies while seeking banisters to lean on. His current life is the resultant shambles of escapist childlike habits which keep impeding his growth. Truly, this is the perennial infant, desiring at all costs to maintain his role as the focus of parental attention. Now, see, that's not me. That's somebody else. But that's just going into a little bit of another part. I'm going to go to the second part and show y'all, so you don't think I'm fudging with it, where it says here and stop. But as you see, it says stop right there. So none of that part after stop applies. But then when I go down here, not over here, but down here, it says here. And it says the individual spends a good amount of his current life energy on the darker sides of life. Hold on.
But what is the origin to all this karmatic stuff? Like, where did it come from?
That's same thing, gematria, basically the systems of code. That's what I'm trying to tell you and get you to get of when I say that I've taken and adopted more than just a religion per se, but at the same time I'm not restricted to, if I want to include other things of thought and take it into account, I'm allowed to. But the way this works is basically it's system. So like this is karmic astrology, which is derived the same way. It's basically taking, and it explains in here of how they get these interpretations and stuff, but it's this it's interpreting things in a different way, in a deeper way, for past life, current life karma, And I don't think I can even hear you now, so you're gonna have to hold on a second. Can you try to talk?
Yeah, what's up?
All right, there you go.
Do you believe in just like a creator, or do you believe in Christ? Do you believe there was a man that came?
I believe in the creator. I believe in the creator and the Christ. Yes, I believe in creator and Christ. And I got saved, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that the world doesn't have, just because somebody was a creator doesn't mean that it didn't create physical. And obviously it created physical things and physics and laws, physical laws. Why wouldn't there be spiritual laws too? It's kind of a logical sense. I don't think God would just make everything so, like,
But
or
the
didn't
Bible
want us to explore anything.
specifically
No,
says something.
no. You're taking it out of. But you're missing the whole damn point though of what I'm like. You're missing the whole thing. You're interpreting things wrong. That's the thing. You're interpreting things the way that they want. That if something's written in a code, then obviously what you're reading it cannot be taken literally.
Okay, so the Bible's not literal then.
And not in every part,
Metaphorical.
no.
I
No,
agree with
more
you.
than that. Allegorical, symbolic. Like, what's to say that the stories aren't true and everything's true, but that there isn't another set of
I get it.
understanding of deeper
They're
things
veiled
within it?
They're veiled in allegory.
Yeah. The
And
end
there's another story behind them. I get it.
from past, of course I believe in God. But it says that from past, but if God made me and I'm energy and soul and I can't technically die according to the laws of physics, and those haven't been unproven, they're not going to be unproven. I mean,
They can't be proven either,
I
though.
mean, so I know, but I'm just saying that heaven and hell may not just be a one-stop shop. This may be a culmination of several lives. We can't be so sure of every damn thing. It's not I just think it's interesting reading this stuff and seeing how much of it is true or accurate for people's lives. I usually don't do this part because this part is the reading and giving it out away and letting people, critique it and different things like that. But if I were to keep it secret or just amongst you, and we looked up someone specifically and then someone again, like we would have like a little fucking, experiment with controls going. And I'm just telling you, like, it says that I have secrets which I spend this life guarding, and his greatest difficulty, it says, is attempting to lead a life which is beyond reproach. For his lower self is powerfully strong. He desires light, but with every step he takes toward it, the aching of his guilt-ridden subconscious blocks the road. He has had much prior life experience behind closed doors where the eyes of open society failed to look. He's even accustomed to creating deceitful circumstances where there were none before. Actually, he is testing the limits of other people's values, and while many may know him closely, none will know him well. Inside, he is highly nervous for fear of others unlocking his secret doors, for well he knows that he is undermining nearly everything he touches, yet he has the self-assuredness to believe that all will go well no matter where his sometimes immoral adventures continue to lead him. Because this individual has not yet established his own sense of values, he has to try desperately to study the values of others. In so doing, he inadvertently pushes others off their track and can be a threat to all that others hold near and dear. In former incarnations, he destroyed much of his own value system, so now he finds it difficult to understand why other people cherish the things they do. He doesn't have his own stake in this life. So with nothing to lose, he feels free to jump the stakes. Usually this is accomplished in subtle fashion and it's extremely difficult to recognize. There's also strong past life residue of misuse, and has learned to think of his like, especially if a woman, think of their sexuality as a strength, using it as a foothold to gain possession of others. Not so much in the male. In the male, it's egotistical thoughts, but for the woman, this is the story of the Delilah, or like the Matahari, basically the strong looking woman that was able to lure supposedly men from their missions. Basically seduce them and shit. And it says that the individual must learn to develop and build that which is, or the memory. Here, the memory of past lives, it says, has to be brought to the surface and then eliminated completely in the eighth house of death before his soul can progress into a new set of values. So this individual must learn to develop and build that which is meaningful, understanding that that which is dishonorably obtained is highly difficult to preserve. He cannot expect to grow through other people's efforts, for if he wishes to cross the bridge, he must pay the toll out of his own pocket. As soon as he grows to this realization, the door of the cabin swings open for him, not through the goodness of others, but because he has earned it. The sign which contains this note indicates how this individual has been too preoccupied with the business of others. The sign which contains the north node shows the ways in which he can build a substantially new and meaningful life by establishing his own value systems. So you see how I read. Now, do you think something like that is easier wanting to read or share? I mean, that doesn't really paint me in the greatest past life. Like, it says I destroyed my values and I fucking may have even used my good looks to fuck over a woman or something and shit. Or if I was a woman ever in a past life. Huh?
I said, yeah, that sexuality shit. That was pretty.
Well, if I was, I mean, I don't think it would have been that way.
Broad, I mean, you can paint just about anybody.
I knew you was gonna say that. That was the number one thing, and you didn't fail. I was like, I'm waiting to hear the broad part. Waiting to hear that. But when you take that, you're forgetting all these other paragraphs that aren't devoted to me. They're devoted to others. And you got to remember, we've gotten one, and now this is two. So we've got two, and if I go down, this isn't me. There's a whole nother one, but here's another one that's related to me. And it says, because you got to look at them all at the end. Here, the individual's greatest joy comes through others. This is one of the most spiritual.
I don't think it said good looks, Square.
What?
Did it really say you used your good looks?
It says,
like, go back.
Yeah. Yeah. What are you talking about?
I'm trying to find it. I'm reading.
I'm not going back up. Do you realize how much of this shit I gotta read? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you're hanging up on shit. You're trying to troll. That's what I'm coming off of. I'm not trolling no shit like that. Well, I told you. I mean, if you don't believe it did, then I don't know what else you think it said.
All right, keep reading.
You're going to go back and find something? I mean, I know what it said. If I go back over exactly what... Bro.
It's all good.
What do you think the phrase sexual fucking, when it talks and says of using sexual misuse in the terms of their looks and gaining people and thinking that is the way to win and hold them over? It was specific. It didn't say sexual abuse or anything like you're wanting to think. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. It says in the Delilah and the Matahari specifically when it goes to females, and for men, it's dissipated on negative, egotistical thoughts, or perhaps maybe trying to control others. I don't know, but one of the two. It didn't. I knew that's what you was going at. You little shithead. No, it's not. You're a shithead. That's what you are. I'm sitting up here sharing something that's actually meaningful, and here let's shit on it and try to.
I've just never heard it all. Heard this in this depth before. Like I've never. Like, how would you find mine? Like, would there be something about anybody?
I don't know. I would have to know your exact birth date, and not only your birth date, but the time and the location of your date of birth for a fucking accurate natal chart. Like, I would need to know really the exact time of your date, your birth, we're at, all that. Mine was supposedly about 3. I put 3:30. I mean, I kind of had to guess at the point I got mine because my mom wasn't around anymore. But I mean, I was about 3:30 in the afternoon on a Friday afternoon, Memphis. So, but
And then that
it says
shows you
here
what
the individual, and like I said, that was just one part of. Hold on, shit. He has learned to think of his sexuality as his strength, using it to gain possession of others. In the female, this is the story of Delilah, or Mata Hari, whose unusual sexual powers lured the strongest of men from their appointed positions. In the male, much of the life energy is dissipated on sexual thoughts. He doesn't use it for power in the same sense as the female, but it is for him the same sense, or it is for him the reassurance that all is going well with his ego. The interesting thing is that sex is never the end, but always the means. In the give and take barter system, sexual allure or responsiveness becomes the payment in exchange for another's values. I actually left this out. Individuals with these nodes become jealous easily. Constantly, they wish to trade places with whoever seems to have a greener backyard, and all too often they feel that sex may be a price to pay to receive. From past incarnations, this individual feels shunned by society. Now on the outskirts of acceptance, he is like a little lost child in the winter snow, peeking into the cabin, brightly lit, with the hope somebody will come and let him in out of the night. He is less than discriminating, for he desires such an immediate release from his current pain that it hardly matters whether he is jumping from the frying pan or into the fire. He turns to wherever solace is available, for his loyalties have not yet reached the state of evolution that they may be considered totally trustworthy. In his current life, childhood, he experiences the fear of death, almost as if death itself would be the logical punishment for all his misdeeds in past incarnations. He keeps feeling that he has to fight for the things he needs, for he has no sense of having yet earned them. When he falls short of reaching the brighter side of life, he secretly blames others for his misfortunes. In a few rare cases, this individual must overcome past life criminal tendencies or residue of witchcraft. Only through a proper assessment of their second house can he establish the substance that will lead to a new rebirth. So there was the rest of it. A little more in depth than broad, ain't it?
it could still be painted. You could put that on anybody, really.
Here, the individual's greatest joy comes through others. This is one of the most spiritual and unique placements for the part of fortune, because the part of impersonal consciousness falls in the first house of self-identity. The individual is living an impersonal life, impersonal identity, which only becomes personal when he is in the presence of others. He is constantly seeking union, whether through marriage, friendship, or companionship. These and other forms of relationship bring him closer to experiencing the personal identity of another. He always sees more joy in others than he does in himself, and as a result, he has a great tendency to make others more aware of their own personal happiness. In many ways, he is a servant, for he expresses God through himself. Thus, he's truly living an impersonal identity, for everything he desires is for the sake of others. He is able to sense people's needs and motivate them to fulfill themselves, and he's given joy by that. And it says, since his own identity is not on a personal level purely, he has the ability to look at the world objectively, and he studies action and reaction and cause and effect, and is concerned with how people relate to each other. One day he will know how to blend those factors which God has intended for man to be the experience of a perfect union. He will sacrifice much of himself to achieve this, and when it is accomplished, he'll know that the love he receives is much deeper than that experienced by most people. On an unconscious level, he cares for others more than they care for themselves. He tries to fill the gaps in other people's lives, often trying to smooth and soften their traumas and troubles. He has difficulty knowing what he really wants, and the course on which he will eventually steer his ship will be shown to him through other people. During youth, he is too easily influenced to know where he is headed. As soon as he's able to find, understand, and accept his impersonal self, a union's formed, which becomes the most important factor in his life, bringing the greatest joy. Since luck and good fortune will always come through people in this person's life, this individual is one of the few who is sincerely happiest when all he does and thinks is pleasing the people he loves. This is the soul's sincerest desire, and it takes precedence over all other desires that the balance of the chart may indicate. The absence of a personal union of another causes disharmony and a sense of lack of purpose, direction, and meaning in life. By giving, he receives his greatest joy, but by seeking to receive, he becomes more aware of his incompleteness. This comes from identification with his personal self. So, in other words, the more older I've gotten, like that's sort of like the struggle is thinking of myself less and less. And I know you're gonna say it's broad or whatever. I'm just reading these for the fun of it. I really don't care what people think. I didn't think all of y'all were gonna be like, "Oh shit, where'd you learn this?" Like it's nerdy to some or whatever else. But here is an Aries, and it says, with this placement, the individual experiences the need and energy for activity. If he flows with this, he will find there are very few obstacles that in his path that he cannot overcome. An inherent bravery pushes him onwards so that he is able to transcend all of his self-doubts. His great success comes from realizing that this energy is strong enough to grant him independence. He does not have to yield to others, fearing that they might be needed in the future. The fact that people often misunderstand the Aries energy forces the one who's operating under it to reject the opinions of others and keep to their own course. Yet through the part of impersonal consciousness in Libra, this person is able to understand the receptive, passive nature of people and can empathize with those who cannot make decisions and act. He sees that the tactfulness of others is at times a form of insincerity based on the fear of overstepping one's boundaries. And I have felt that way before. Like a lot of times, the most powerful and useful aspect is the mental order, which allows that to see the direction, the sense of harmony and direction, to see direction very clearly. These qualities are an example of Venus acting as a channel for Mars, and too often it says Arian. I don't know why it says Arin. That was like, I read that and I was like, wait, no, like that can't be what I think it means. But it says often the Aryan plows through this order because of it. Well, what we got, imagine in astrology. Let's look it up.
I'm gonna laugh if some German wrote this book.
The Aries element. Okay, so it's part of Aries. Yeah, no. Martin, hold on. I'll tell you who wrote it. This guy right here. White man. Okay. Oh, wait, you can't see. Hold on. There you go.
It looks kind of
old. Yes, now he is. Sorry. I'm just trying to get through this. I get what this is saying though, because it says that too often I plow through this order because of the zestful approach to life, to be able to strike a balance, knowing one's abilities and use them efficiency. And the Libra I see can show how this may be done. Basically is like I go through things too quick without taking my time, and it's I can be clumsy sort of, and that is what that has to deal with. The pot of gold at the end of this rainbow will be what the individual achieves through his own efforts, whether in the form of ideas or material substance. He must not be fearful, because many spiritual books and teaching speaks against the concept of desire. They just speak of attachment to desire and the wanton gratification of the senses. He is a creature of desire, even desire for the truth, and without that desire, he would not be able to set his goals. An individual without goals loses sight of his direction in life, tending to float and be influenced by the forces of those who touch him. This is what can happen with the negative functioning of this impersonal consciousness if I restrict the Aryan energy. The person seeks a unity of mind and will which can be directed towards a single goal. The more one flows in that direction, the easier life becomes. And I must never doubt the energy that's guiding will bring me into the one contact and motivating force, and that is the ultimate goal. And finding it is the greatest joy. And I think this is one of the last, if not the last one, is retrograde Uranus. I remember I told you guys Uranus in the fourth house about family life. In this position, the individual experiences strong emotional turmoil. He wants to break from his symbolic birthright, be it the religion he was raised in, the moral or ethical values he was taught, or the individual personalities of his parents. The more he focuses on these, the more he keeps vibrating to whatever the conflict was. He seeks individuality, but only within the framework of some type of family structure or organizational boundaries to prove to those that bind him that he is truly free. So thus he lives the illusion of freedom within his self-created prison walls. Much time is spent introspective in a phase 3 of the retrograde process through which he reviews all that he has already lived through. On the emotional level, his concept of time is quite different from chronological reality. Even when he experiences phase 1, he jumps out of his shell only to look behind to make sure that his womb is still following. Karmically, he is experiencing a great deal of self-doubt coupled with moments of extreme self-confidence. As he goes through life, he vacillates between one and the other, trying to find the place in which he becomes emotionally comfortable. Until then, he is exactly sure of where this is. He clings to the shackles to which he says he is throwing off. I guess it's the last one. And here the individual has a great deal of disillusionment in his family placement. He has difficulty identifying with structures throughout his life because he's ultimately to base his foundation on a more cosmic reality. When he tries to be personally possessive of the past, it seems to elude him. The anchors in life that one normally tries to hold on to are not really afforded him. Thus, he must find another more reality, universal reality in which his foundation is built on intangibles rather than the solidity of things and clutching relationships. Until he learns this, though, he spends most of his time bemoaning all the sorrow he feels at watching his roots dissolve from under his feet. Often he wishes he could go back to the past and build that which never was, but karmically he must come to learn that his soul never really had the need for the kind of foundation, solid foundation he sees in others. When he realizes this, he experiences the losing of the little self, or as psychologists say, the child, in order to make room for the more cosmically tuned adult. This is a difficult position for marriage because each year there's a more and more need for being less dependent. As the desire for emotional security lessens, this individual can rise to great heights if he learns how to put his creative imagination in the right direction. I think I'm gonna stop there. If that's not, is there one more? It says I'm living through a karma of bondage. Either I'm chained to society's values or my own prior life's obsessive thoughts, which must be brought to the surface in order to be eliminated. It doesn't really matter what binds him. What's important is his reaching the understanding he must destroy his past value systems if he's going to reach happiness. During the first half of life, he does not see the world clearly. He tends to blame external factors for depriving him of all he thinks he needs. He must learn the difference between his wants and his needs, for although he may rarely get what he wants, he'll always have exactly what he needs. In his personal life, he can get highly possessive, unbelievably stubborn, and amazingly resistant to any external encouragement which tries to get him to fit in with the world around him. He would rather see the world bend to fit his ideals, and as a result, he lives in his self-created bonds, scorning those that disagree with his ideas. This placement can denote a strong past life residue of the animal self being brought into this life to be overcome. In order to transform, he must study his inner motives during phase 3 of the retrograde process and realize that most of what he's holding on to, and seeking has little basis in the reality of what makes him happy in the current life. You know, that one was intense. And Scorpio, Pluto finds its natural home. Here, the long-awaited transformation of the world comes to pass. Great upheavals topple much of mankind's earlier creations as the closing of the Piscean Age becomes more apparent. New discoveries in the areas of scientifics, laws of physics, principles of medicine, and the ways of natural healing gain increasing acceptance. The world becomes increasingly divided as a struggle between good and evil services and mass forcing. Giant social and political movements whose seeds were sown earlier begin to emerge with enormous power. When Pluto is retrograde, the significance of these radical changes becomes felt on a personal level. The eons of searching for an understanding of man, his sexuality, the search to find his God, and the possible connection between these two drives becomes a purely personal quest for each person. For those born with this placement, there is a desire to transcend all past failures by bringing to the surface and eliminating all the hidden causes of weakness. So man literally destroys himself in order to be reborn. This is one of the most tumultuous periods in human history, as the Bible itself becomes questioned as a prelude to a new Third Testament yet to be written. Fanaticism is prevalent everywhere as a world tired from 2,000 years of human suffering begins to shake itself loose in preparation for the Aquarian Age. The individuals with Pluto retrograde will be very much a part of this part, helping to stimulate man's rebirth out of his state of sleep into a higher wakeful consciousness. And that's the end. Fucking finally. God dang. I didn't want to not read some of that because I was waiting for that.
Pretty hard to comprehend for real.
I get it. Not really though. It's just thinking of things in a deeper sense. Really deeper sense.
But I
And
can
then
see
not on the one part though. I would imagine everything I read in the paragraph before last, probably everybody agreed with in the room. Yeah. If anything, I knew that was going to be my strongest selling point. Was when I read that, I was like, oh yeah. I was like, this might actually turn some heads right here. When I read it says I'm extremely stubborn and da 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 da, I'm like, yeah, they're gonna latch on to that. I think it's sort of true though. It's kind of fucked up and sad though. Like I can't grasp my mind though. I won't lie. My mind cannot grasp the concept of. I mean, I guess I can, but I feel like it doesn't, or that I don't fully. I can't grasp fully the concept of living other lives. Just kind of not. I'm not saying I completely believe in that. I mean, I don't know. You know.
Yeah, if that was true, I would kind of feel recycled.
Not that I would feel like like I would be pissed about I literally what pisses me out the most about it is all these tests and like I mean like but maybe I'm getting pissed and look at something wrong. Like it's what I tried to tell you earlier. Just because somebody might have, it's been written down that they spoke and the word was it, and then it was created. It doesn't mean behind those things that physical laws and structures, and spiritual, etc., were all set up in place too, from the stars and everything else. Like, there's a Bible verse in there that says, since you wanted to bring up the Bible, it's written in the other book that I've got that says, it's basically referencing astrology. It's saying, can you bind the chains of the Pleiades and, something of Orion and different, like, it's basically, men being told or God telling man, that, and at the end it said, can you, something, the mother and its cub bear, and which star it is that fucking leads them. Like basically implying that when the bears migrate, they literally are following, something like the North Star. Do you know which star they're following? Basically,
Right.
it's like it's one of the verses that are pointed out by the author saying this is the Bible's. Right here is a reference to the numerological and astrological systems and their influence on the planet and people, and not just people, but everything, all living things.
Makes sense.
Like a bird or a hawk. If you think about a hawk, like if you know exactly what the spirit of the eight is, and along with you have to understand a hawk is what they're like, a predator sort of. They're leader. They're solitary. You know, isn't it a coincidence? Hawk also has an A as their first vowel, which is the leadership energy. It's just funny how those. I mean, you can go through. I challenge you, like a bear. Those are they're more social animals. Their first letter is a 2. Like, I mean, a bear wants to be with their own and a cub or whatever, but that's it. They don't want to be with anything else. And bears have a lot of energy.
Yeah, they're not real sociable with other species.
Neither is a hawk, but a hawk is very independent, knows what it has to do, and gets it done, just like a good leader would. And that's what people were misinterpreting when I said about Hitler, because I had a black man tell me that, like not just a black man, an indigenous older person that does have a degree, unlike Bambino. And when he told me that, this man knew Martin Luther King, and he said that I wanted Dr. King to take a more commercial approach than the social approach he was going for. And he, he didn't feel like it was necessary. And I didn't understand what that meant. And he's like, well, basically, he said, our people, were in the positions it was in, arguing for civil rights. He said, when we should have not been arguing for any civil rights at all. He said, like, well, that's not arguing for them at all, but also focusing on, instead of trying to make social relations different, like they were really going to get any better, just get it to where regular things are at least the law that they are now. But then after that, then just focus on building their own businesses for their children and stuff. Because that's the problem with regular people of any race and stuff in this country, is that all of us are trained to get jobs. Most of us don't ever think about trying to start our own things. None of us have family businesses, so there's nothing there to expand on. Like, we can't get a franchise from a family business, or not, and that's, if you want to give your kids something truly, like, fucking have a successful business, teach them how to run it. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, going to work for somebody is always going to be yeah. We live in a world that college does exactly what he said it does. He says it trains you to be a good wage slave. That's exactly what college does. He's like, you can go there and you can study for that degree and everything, but you're really just a number, though. I mean, because you're just seen as expendable. I'm not saying that socialism is better than communism, but we live in a so-called capitalistic country mindset world. But even with that, I remember, it's one of the strong things my dad was, taught me about. But I still told him and said, it's not a practical one, though. I was like, there's no way. I mean, like, you have to get lucky, have someone to fund you, take a chance on you. You have to have, there's an element that, not everybody is going to get. That, I mean, there's some people that have worked for years and years and years, but their business, it just stays at the same level. And unfortunately, I think it's gonna stay that way before it gets better. It's actually probably gonna get worse, maybe, and then they end up getting rid of it. And then the next generation has to go work for somebody else. So that's how it goes.
I don't
Like
know.
if you ever watch Kitchen Nightmare and some of those shows are great examples of it.
Hopefully all these big box companies destroy themselves and we go back to mom and pop stores. But I don't ever see that really happen.
I can't believe he was up here and then he just left. He thought he was gonna be successful if he was trolling me. Like,
Who?
God, man, these people, oh fucking deadly. These people don't understand, man. They really don't.
Oh, fuck them.
Like, I have flipped and shown that, like, I just called Filthy out for mooing. Like, what kind of time are we living in? That's literally what he did. All I heard. Come buy this replica merge that like I'm really thinking I'm gonna sell it stuff. Oh, he bid it. But of course, it would be said that, oh, you didn't troll him. That wasn't a troll. Like, yeah, no, nothing ever is. You're right.
So
I
you're
never make
saying
any
you trolled
logical
him?
points or nothing. Yes,
So you're saying you trolled him by making shirts that he then tried to troll you
No,
with?
dude. By making my store, by after getting it monetized and then doing it, before doing it, I knew I'm like, number one, this is gonna be looked at, and people are gonna have opinions. I said, but I know for sure that they aren't gonna like it. And while I didn't predict exactly that he would talk and make the idea that we're gonna make a merch store with the same designs, and I found and it clicked. I was like, okay, I get it. He wants me to fucking have a reaction and get upset and like be threatening to sue and stuff. Number one, I'm not expecting to make money off these. I'm doing it just because. And number two, like, I'm not gonna give him that. And so he didn't get that. That's how I got him. And the fact that he mooed about it and said something and got no response until tonight when I said what I said and then told him moo and then whatever shows that I did, because I didn't go live or nothing. You get it now?
Yeah, I get it.
Or is it no? You gonna be part of the public and be like, oh no, you ain't trolling.
I get it.
You don't see the irony?
I do.
Like, has to do with that blank statement I ain't finished. Bunch of hocus pocus, yeah. That's what she said too.
My little boy was watching Hocus Pocus earlier.
Let's check this out, because supposedly 5150 occurred. 5150. 5150.
With that retired military person?
I think so. Oh shit.
You there?
Yeah, 1 second. Hold on just a second.
Well, I got some gummies for the first time. They're slightly
Fuck you mean? What the fuck? This is Scooter Baggins, dude. What the fuck you mean? Who is this?
All I could hear was the music.
I ain't got to. What? I got permission to play his video.
I didn't say you didn't. I just said all I could hear was the music for a second. Felt like I was on a racket.
AD Bitehead. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you once again on this beautiful day. One shout out to Scooter, you know, Daddy Beggins. I would also like to say thank you, Kim. Sister
That's
Kim, once again.
I think.
How was that? Oh, thank you, Kim, once again for making this all possible. You know, we appreciate you. You took the sacrifice of taking $400 out of your pocket in the congregation to get this bitch off bail. Now, Lord, I would also like to say a special fuck you to Tierra for bringing up stuff that had nothing to do with her, because nobody brought up your
I mean, if
sister.
this is real, this is fucking crazy.
And you're the one who brought your mama in, because I don't know who the hell have nobody. I don't
No
know who
diss to
called
Scoot, I'm just saying. Like, I know I've seen him. No, it doesn't actually. Now that I think on it, but I've seen him put stuff in there. It's like, oh yeah, Scoot begging to yeah, like saying all this like great shit, and I was like, oh yeah, that's definitely AI. But this doesn't seem like it actually now.
Fuck you, Brandy. Don't you dare manipulate your audience any other time talking about how we just be messing with you and things like that. Bitch, you got bigger trolls. You got bigger trolls, and we ain't one of them. We just here to watch the show and laugh at you. So, that being said, I would like to conclude this with fuck you, Brandy. You going to jail? And a fuck you, Tierra. You're about to be homeless in the congregation.
Oh, you going to jail?
Amen.
And she said she gonna be homeless. Hell nah. That's like fucking old crazy squirrel wanting me to be in a fucking group home. In today's shit show, we have Brandy rehabbing my video, but what she don't know, is the audio is about to drop her beloved girlfriend. So it was real. Sorry, Scoot. Just speculating.
So this is what the fuck I'm saying.
Dog Soldier, right? Shout out.
This is what I am saying. You are a simp, right? After Scooter came on your panel last night and let it be known that messages are being passed back and forth in the DMs. It goes down in the DM, right?
It goes down in the DM. At the same time.
On her phone. Wow. Yeah, but the messages are fake, right? Hey, check this out, man. If I tell you, listen, that's a poisonous snake, buddy. That's a poisonous snake. And you decide you gonna go over there and try to fucking tame this snake and do all of this and do all of that, and then you get bit. Guess what? You got bit, motherfucker. Not me. You did. But see, that's the problem. You, respectfully, you're not a man. You're not a man. So emotionally, you're not built like us. Emotionally, you're not built like us. See it? You're not.
Them and they always editing shit. They always altering and editing shit.
You won't be able to turn off the lights. I told my daughter to go back to station. You can help her with her phone. Because of course the radio's off. So that won't be able to get out of my sleep. So me and her start talking about what somebody told me last night.
Bro, did you hear Derek Castle, the military officer, got caught and got involved in this? Oh, they were playing his messages and everything. It was crazy. Oh yeah, Derek. Derek Castle called it. They was telling her she gonna get a payday. You know. Boy, they trolled the living shit out of this woman.
I heard her bitching about it, but I didn't hear the phone call. That'd be funny to hear.
Yeah, I guess it is funny when it's not you, right, y'all? Why is the view so low? I'm just trolling like y'all and loving the content. See, it's not funny when I ain't no fun no more, is it? Fucking bitches.
Look how they got Tierra picture next to his. They cover my face and put their face next to Tierra like they together.
Does he have the phone call live?
Oh yeah.
I'm obsessed with it.
Well, not live, I don't think. But recorded, yeah.
Y'all the ones fucking
they're
with me.
recording.
Y'all the ones obsessed with rape.
And bro, they were
She's not.
like, every time we talk to you, it gets on the internet, and they're like, yeah, this one thing was leaked. I saw that they did. And I don't even know how that happened. And they're like, yeah, but they're really in, they're doing messed up crap, and that just adds to your claim. So I just want to let you know and reach out and let you know that we know. And bro, I swear to God, just that little Jedi mind trick, they still stayed on the phone with it and then just go click.
A good person that says the fucked
I
up.
mean, just he Jedi mind trick
They
them.
gotta record every goddamn thing I do.
They're like, yeah, we don't trust you. And he's like, no, wait, you do not believe that you don't trust me. And actually, you still want to believe that you're trusting me.
And they gonna say,
they're like, yeah, we want to believe that we're trusting
they
you.
gonna say, I'm sick.
She wanted to believe in that
Oh,
fake
shit.
No, who thinks like that? A person that sit there and sitting there, who the fuck sitting there talking about trying to find people kids and try to break people's relationship up?
See, here's the thing. They want to, I heard what they did. I heard they took fucking dude's monetization. Not just one dude either, but two people. The Outer Limits and Scooter Baggins. I know people think, and the Gene and them, and it's actually perfect because, well, except for maybe revealing it now, but Gene and them actually thought that, I always let them think that I was out of the know in certain stuff, but I really was getting more in the know. And when they done all this bullshit here, the latest, they had no idea that, for instance, I don't. I will turn that shit off. Like, they think, like, them or the work he's in, either of them, if they think that shit is supposed to be something or anything, if it did, cool. If not, fine. Like, they don't get that. I had never even done that before. Like I had never been in there, and I had the email for more than over a day. Like, and if I was really desiring to do that, then I would have been all out opening it, and everything else. But I just was like, one live just said, hey, by the way, boom, there's this. And from just that one thing, I was able to troll and get somebody that always talks about I'm mooing and giving reactions, and they reacted to me. And I don't give a fuck what anybody wants to say about it. And they can't accept that, and they really ain't gonna be able to accept when I fill the blanks in that full statement. And I still don't know what I'm gonna do, and it's best to keep it said like that, because I find when I don't say I'm gonna do something definitely, I end up doing what I'm really thinking on wanting to do. It's weird.
Who thinks like that?
I don't lie. They just sitting there recording every jot and tittle. They gonna sit there and say I'm obsessed with rape, but they the ones sending me rape threats and shit and bringing up me being raped in the military.
Hey, what the fuck are we doing here?
Hey, what the fuck are we doing here?
Talking about, oh wait, shit's about to get popped. Salute, Scooter.
Salute, Scooter.
Fake ass motherfuckers. Don't you think it's crazy that Gigi account is a month old and every night she just sits back and blocks everyone?
I cannot feel bad for you. If you have accused one dude of rape,
don't y'all find
I swear to God, if he ain't got any other crimes related or nothing, I'm not gonna be believing it. I'm sorry, because see, it's what, man. I don't like women like this, bro. I don't.
I thought that was a dude.
And I don't. Yeah, that's the crazy thing, right? No, it's a woman. But here's the thing, bro, is that she act like I do, I guess, in a relationship or once. I don't know, but anyways, whatever it is, I don't have no hate on that. What I have hate on, and not even really hate, but really dislike, is the false allegations. And I don't see it as a position she ain't. From what I've heard, it ain't been anything like what exactly I experienced. What I experienced was somebody that was in a toxic relationship and they wanted out of it and just happened to come upon me. We got to talking. They cheated on their significant other with me, got back there one night after work, got drunk around him, told what they did, then got abused and fashion, threatened and everything else, lose this, lose that, and she had issues too, so she's vulnerable and frightened, and she made a report, but immediately the next morning, blowing me up. Now, that ain't no coincidence, calling me, a few hours after I get out of jail. And when I got out of jail, I wasn't even charged with nothing still yet. Everything was in like processing sort of stage or whatever, preliminary. Like I had been literally had been gotten off. This is the one only time that I can, and I need to really tell this story to one of the dudes that wrote the book I got, because they would say, like I shouldn't have talked. And I mean, this is how they got me. Just one of them coming to, just one of them coming to my house, knocking on the door, and me coming to the door in my socks, like, in bed, comfortable, not out prowling the streets, nothing. This is post rehab too. And, you know, and he's like, I basically get in his car and we go to the station where he has Wi-Fi and stuff. And we're parked in a little garage bay, and that's where the sort of interrogation is, sort of. And I'm basically going back answering these questions, but I'm answering in a way where, like, I'm not giving up everything. I'm like, I'm just keeping it short and to the point. And just by doing that, I made him feel like that I was suspicious or maybe loomed, messing up. I don't know. Like he said that I ended up seeing him another time later on. He said, I've always been fair with you. And I was like, man, not that one time. He's like, that was really different. Because even he knows how messed up that was even then. Because I said, you're kidding me. Only sitting in the car, I was like, you're not saying what I was like, that's why you haven't told me jack stuff from the start. I was like, you've been leading. I said, why? I was like, are you serious? I'm like, I know you're not from here. I straight up said that to him too, because he wasn't an old cop. I was like, I know you're not from here. I am. And I'm not trying to use my family or anything like that, but I mean, if you ask anybody, your chief or anyone else, no. I'm like, man, I'm like, I have been through so much. I was like, but I was like, I don't have any violence at all. I was like, I'm not a violent person or nothing like that. I was like, especially not, I was like, that's even worse than violence, if you ask me. I was like,
What time was
and
this?
it was 2000 and
I mean, what'd you
it was
get arrested for?
2020. Dude, I was being investigated for SA.
Damn.
She was basically beaten up, threatened, because she'd already been through proceedings and stuff. He had her where he could get her children taken and kick her to the curb, basically, and she'd be on her own. And she got drunk one night and said, I've cheated on you with somebody, blah, 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 blah. And boy, it did not end well with me. It ended with her going to the police station reporting this. And by the way, then throwing up in their fucking car, basically showing signs of impairment. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I was pissed afterwards when I found out, because she called me the next morning. I went, so that night, he said, I was like, dude, you got to be kidding me. I'm like, look, I'm like, I'm not going anywhere. And he's like, oh, he's like, yeah, I'm going to have to take you. I was like, what? I was like, dude, I was like, I'll cooperate fully. I'm talking to you. I was like, but I mean, like, you can't just automatically assume that because I wasn't forthcoming at first with you about everything that I'm trying to hide something. That there's something wrong here. And he said, and took me in anyways. So I go in and I get fingerprinted and all that stuff. But then comes the part where they're like coming over there with a swab, and I'm like, oh my fucking God. And he's like, open your mouth. And I'm like, I opened it. I didn't resist. I just let him go ahead. I'm like, yep. Now they're going to have my DNA forever. And they took that. And then I got thrown in the cell. And before that, they was asking me my history. And me being fresh out of rehab, knowing that I'm on a process where I've been honest with my doctor, therapist, everything, and started believing in that shit for the first time. So I'm trying to do the same with them, and I'm like, when they said, "Did you have any past suicides?" So I was like, "Well, yeah, I did once, and I went to this, and I've been out of treatment this long." And they looked at one another, and dude's like, "Man, you don't want to be." And I looked at him, and I was like, "No, man, I didn't say now." He's like, "Well, we know that, but you even have a tendency." I'm like, "Man, guys, I don't need a turtle suit." And they looked at me like, "This dude knows about jail," and I'm like, "Dude, please," I said, "please don't put me in a turtle suit." I said, "I'm not suicidal." I was like, "I know you're looking at that computer." I was like, "And you're looking at that charge." And trust me, I'm fucked up about it. This is a fucked up position and not right. But I'm, mm-mm. And so they didn't. Thank God, they didn't. They let me be. They put me in a medical thing because of COVID. So I had my own little space and fucking even a TV. I could watch Fast and the Furious at least. Help me pass the time. But next morning I got out of there because a friend I knew came in that worked the shift there as a jailer, and I was able to meet up with him and talk for a second. And he's about to change into shifts, and I said, "Can you please make sure that get me out of here if I don't have a paper come in, man, on time?" And he kept checking, and finally he said, and it was time, and it didn't come through. And he's like, "No, you ain't got one." And I'm like, "Oh my God." I'm like, "So I'm gonna leave?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Just give me about 20 minutes." That's fine, man. I was like, "Thank you." And yeah, he got me, let me get changed. I got the vape. I walked outside, and I fucking said, "Well, that's not over." That's the first thing I thought. I said, "That's not over yet." And I said, "That's weird, but I'm lucky." I said, and
How long was you in there?
24 hours exactly, a little bit over 24 hours. But then I went over to a friend's house that morning because I was devastated, and I was trying to work things like, what if I have to fight this or something, like, I'm trying to work things out. I'm trying to go and speak to people that would, be fucking scenic and accurate witnesses. And I'm over at the dude's house. It's like in his 50s, keep in mind. And I got a call from her, and I answered, and before I died, I was like, "Oh shit!" I was like, "She just called me." And then she started calling me, and I said, "I need your phone." And I took his phone because I knew I couldn't record it just on my phone, so I turned his camera on, sort of, and like recorded. You could see my feet, me holding the other phone, my hands, and my shadow, and you could hear me talking to that number.
There wasn't a protection order?
No, nothing was done yet. No, I was only questioned, and it was submitted all to the prosecutor, essentially. So I was I was arrested on the suspicion alone, and because I chose to talk. And I believe, and I told him, I said, I ended up saying, I was like, "Man, this is why I've always heard not to talk to the police." I told to him, I said, "I shouldn't have talked to you at all." And I was like, and let me guess, if I would have exercised politely my Fifth Amendment, because I said, you would have still taken me in jail. He's like, more than likely, yeah. I mean, I was like, more than likely, you can't really just give me the, like, you would. So, like, I had I didn't even, shouldn't have even bothered talking. I should have been like, let me get my shoes and take my fucking time. But no, I left out of there without shoes on, cooperated real nice, I was interested. I was like, what the fuck's up? Like, someone might have died, or maybe they're wanting to ask me when's the last time I seen somebody. I don't know. But but he wouldn't give me the reason. And then he slowly leads it out after asking weird and unconnected questions. Like he would ask a question, then ask another question, and they would seem normalish, sort of. And then he'd go to something that's like, oh, then go back to something, and then go back. Yeah, I mean, and then it was just slowly led on to, well, do you know so and so? And like once he was like, do you know so and so? I'm like, okay, well, something's had to have happened with her. Like, he must have known, like, I'm sitting there wondering what she getting at. And I guess he took that as suspicious, but it wasn't. I was just,
They
I
try
didn't
to
even
get
think
you
I
on
should be
an
talking to him
uncomfortable
anyway.
ground.
Huh?
They try to get you on an uncomfortable ground before they start questioning you, so you're off
Oh,
kilter.
yeah. Well, they came, supposedly, it was done at the complaint was made at night. But I never really found out like how far apart. Was it just 2 hours later they came? Because I mean, they came and they got me, or he came to question me at like midnight at my door, and I was with her. Okay, I guess a couple days back before that, so it'd been a few days, and then not only that, it must have happened, I guess, earlier in that night or not too long. That was eventually made, and from that on, and then the husband, right? So that gets all straightened out, which fucks his plan up to get me fucking falsely charged, right? So naturally he's pissed, and then this woman is sending me flowers every month,
It's kind of weird.
every fucking month, sending me flowers, trying to still be with, like, be. I'm like, no, like
Sure,
that was done.
Like catfish you?
No. I went to the flower place themselves and found, talked with them, and I was like, if you don't want to refuse her for some reason because you don't want to accept, I was like, I don't know, but lie, do whatever you feel you need to do. Just don't deliver them to my house anymore. Throw them away if you want. I straight up told him that. I said, keep taking their money if you want. Throw them away. I don't care. Just fucking, stop sending them to me. I was like, that woman is not in her right place. It's one of the things where I shouldn't have, like, it shouldn't even, you don't understand, like, I wasn't looking for a relationship at that time, and I was very clear on that. I was married. She said she was separated, and I ended up finding out she lied, and because of her lie and the fact she was still married and living with him, I went to jail for 24 hours. So fuck that. Yeah, that was the end of that.
Damn, you was married?
I was already married. I got married to Kayla when I was 19 years old. This happened.
I mean, like, was she like around at the time? Though?
No, of course not. But I had been married and stuff. I'm just saying, like, I'd been through enough that, I knew what I wanted at that time, and it wasn't her. I guess maybe I was open to the idea, but I mean, what do you think I'm going to do after? I mean, you already threatened or not. I mean, I felt bad that she was threatened and stuff, but I still couldn't get over the fact that, like, now the government's got my DNA and everything, and I haven't done anything. Like I felt violated going through that experience. It fucked me up. I was tore up for those 20. That was the longest 24 hours of my fucking life. Like, the only good thing is I had fucking Paul Walker and damn Vin Diesel to help pass the time a little bit. Other than that, I was fucked up in there. I was like, what in the fuck has happened? It didn't make any sense. It is days later. I mean, it's not like it was the same day or even reported or nothing like that. Like, it was days later. Like, I didn't do anything. She came over, right at a lunch hour from work, and we got hooked up, and she left. And then not even a week later, but almost like getting there, like then that Friday or what have you, they come you know, and I go fucking in the jail. That's where I go.
They come to your house?
Yeah, I was fucking asleep. I was in my house asleep. My family home. We were still living. We were still living in my family home at that point. We had moved over to the house where I had my accident. You know, we were still at the family house.
Was they like real deep, or was it just like one or two of them?
Just one. No, they knew I wasn't no threat. Like, I mean, I came straight. You know, the only time they ever sent them deep was when that time that they had them SWAT here. Even though they want to argue and say nobody had them swatted, yes, they did. Even the officer here now, that's, you know, like I'm lucky that I've got an officer that's in my corner now. Like, finding out that I had an officer actually not in my corner was fucked up in and of itself. To find that fat piece of shit, yeah, Lord, excuse me, but still, that fat piece of shit had a fucking cup, goddamn mug from one of those motherfuckers, and then had the audacity to bring that shit to work, bro. Like, it took some balls for them to tell me that, because they didn't have to tell me that. Like, that makes them look bad as fuck. Fuck yeah, they told me that. They found it and threw it away.
What do you have, a Rick and Moses mug or a filthy mug or something?
I don't know, one of them.
That's wild.
Had my face on it, motherfucker. They threw that shit away. They disposed and did not log the evidence. I'll put it that way.
Imagine going to jail and walking past that motherfucker in handcuffs.
That is a straight up. I tell you what, that would have been. Had that had been found out or seen while he was still here, promise you, I would have pushed it. I would have pushed it until they fucking shut me up. But because he's gone and because they fucking told me about it, I'm not gonna hold that against these guys, because all these guys are different and they didn't work under his fucking reign. So fuck him and fuck that mug. It's gone. Sincerely. And I think that's a good signal of that's when the workyverse reign in Haiti officially ended. And the only reason why he had any reign sort of for a little bit and got away with shit is because I had an incompetent 300-something pound fucking chief of police that didn't already like me because I showed how much of a dickhead he was on fucking camera already.
Yeah, I remember that.
That ain't really hard. It ain't hard to figure out why he did it. Now it all makes sense. He's the one that told them not to arrest Seth. All of it. Because the officer said he should have been arrested. He said if they wanted to push it and arrest you, fine, but he should have damn sure been arrested. Anybody could tell with a fucking brain what he was trying to do. He was not there to deliver you food or anything like that. Like, he said the fact that he tried to dress it up like that's a crime in and of itself, if you ask me. Like, trying to act like, oh, he's not there for anything, but got a phone in your face at a private residence streaming. You know,
got to cover.
Because see, they act. Well, that's no cover though when you're streaming. That's no cover. Like, I mean, that's malicious.
Covering it up for him.
Oh, I'm just saying, yeah, that's fucking just so obviously like, you know, even I did better with my audit / not audit, because it wasn't an audit. I wasn't an auditor. Had I seen the videos, yeah. I knew I was going into bad, not friendly territory, because they already wasn't taking my claim seriously. Like, you know, fuck him. And this was over somebody locally. This wasn't even anything internet related at all. I mean, there was some threats made over the internet by that dude. And it was just somebody that really wasn't my friend, man. I thought was, but he wasn't. And that motherfucker came up behind me. He came up behind me in court, bro. Like, this motherfucker sat behind me in court during COVID when the rule was, you know, apart.
And, you know, he's supposed to be sitting in a row apart from me behind me. Or if he sits in my row, at least 2 chairs away from me. Oh, this motherfucker's sitting directly behind me and just leans forward in open court and says right behind my ear, I see you and got you, bitch. And then just leans back. And I swear to God, bro, immediately I just slowly look. I look to the right. I started looking to the right at everybody. And I started, and all I was doing, like, I was subconsciously, now I realized, like, I started looking over, and when I did, I started looking to see if anyone's eyes met mine. And I had 1, 2, and I just said, is anybody going to see what they, and I pointed back towards him with my thumb. And I said, is anybody going to say anything at all? I had this guy just now threaten me and whisper in my ear. I was like, I'm looking at y'all. And finally, after a few moments of fucking awkward silence, one lady raises her hand and says, I saw it. I'm like, thank you. I'm like, really, motherfuckers? I swear to God, dude. I bet. Bro, you can call that snitching all you want. That motherfucker sat there and whispered in front of me, the bailiffs, and all of them. The fuck? I wasn't about to let that shit slide. that ain't snitching. That's fucking being aware.
You should have fucked with him back.
Oh yeah, and then I would have went to jail, and he would have went home. Yeah, great plan. But yeah, there's video of that because they had me come out the court and sit in the hallway, and I'm like, what the fuck? Y'all just heard this man. What? You gonna separate me from the courtroom? I was following the fucking procedure. I didn't fucking sit behind his ass and say, I got you, bitch. I see, you know, I mean, it was just so stupid what he said to her. I see you, I got you, bitch. I was like, bro, you should have just hit me right there. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You fucking keyed my car. That's you calling me a bitch?
Oh, that was that
like
motherfucker.
Yeah, he keyed my fucking car and stole some shit from me. Dude. All because I fucking called him out about it in a fucking man way. I wasn't even threatening or nothing like that. Didn't fucking threaten the police. I was just, you know, straight up with him. And I guess he was like, well, who the fuck is you? You know, like, got ego tripping because, I mean, it was fucked up all around. And I went up there and I was like, man, I'm like, you know, y'all been giving me the runaround basically, but I didn't say that. I was very polite. I was like, I called the prosecutor and I would like to know why nothing's been done after this long amount of time. I need to know why, please. I'd like to see the chief. That's all. And I was, you know, direct and stern maybe, but I was not impolite. Everybody, I mean, I had older people telling me that on Facebook, and this motherfucker comes up out of there with his fat ass, and I'm like, why? And I started off like, hey, why did, you know, like, curious, and I ain't even gotten my point a third of the way out, and he's like, I got a year from the time it's been reported to the time, he's like, I've typed it up. I hadn't gotten over to the prosecutor. No, well, you done had an attitude with her. I tried to say something. He cut me off. He's like, well, I'm going to tell you something. I'm tired of you. He's like, next time you come in here and have an attitude with one of my officers, you're going to see me the right way. You understand me? I'm tired of your attitude. And I just looked at him and I just shook my head and started away. He's like, I don't care if you like it or not. He's like, I'm tired of your attitude. You do what you got to do. And I said, y'all don't want to do your job. He said, see you. I was like, yeah, y'all don't want to do your job. He's like, yeah, see ya. I was like, yeah, harass me now. He's like, what? I was like, you just harass me now.
Who was this
Like,
guy?
that's what you'll do next. Fucking Shane. I ain't gonna fucking, I ain't gonna dox him fully, but I can't really dox him technically. He was chief police.
Gotcha.
Doxing him would be like giving out his whole name and everything. I don't know any of that shit. I don't care about it. I just knew him, but that might have been his nickname for all I knew. Shit, but Yeah. Fucking he, I was in
That's
a
all
public
happened to me.
building, and I was in a public building. I had the right to record, but I did it in a way that's not like, oh, hey, here, let me put this right up in your fucking face and let you know every second and sit here and and bathe, knowing that, like, I wasn't doing it for revenge or nothing. I was hoping to God that I'd go in there and maybe I would get a technical explanation or something and everything would be cool and I wouldn't have posted shit. If I didn't get fucking treated bad, like, as a matter of fact, if I had been treated the opposite way, like I should have been, I may have actually posted it in a positive fucking light, or not at all. But regardless, I didn't disrespect her. I just said I want to know why nothing's been done on stuff that I have. Like, I've not just called them and came in the office once each. Done it a couple times each, and called a prosecutor's office and had the back and forth with one telling me to call the other and then letting the other know and all this other shit. I mean, like, I was past the point of needing to make another call or email or anything like that. It was well within my right to ask a question at that point. I was extremely patient because I knew what the fuck I was up against, because I already knew this guy didn't like me. And he didn't like me for reasons that had to do with other stuff, I think. But it was just like, not like a hate or nothing, just general dislike. And I felt like that they didn't give a shit what happened, and there wasn't going to be nothing that happened, and there wasn't.
Oh yeah.
And I'm happy to say that that's not our police department anymore right now.
That's good.
We also got good police officers. I mean, we've had a police officer die on the main highway chasing a subject. We've had somebody serve in the military that's died, and highways named after him. That I knew his family and knew him. He's around my brother's age.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we have a lot of good people here. It's just that, I guess, just regular shit. I mean, that was.
There's fuckery everywhere you go.
Like, and now, I've learned how tight knit federal shit is, because SAPA has been struck down not just once now, but fucking twice on appeals. So for the time, unless something were to change, like, I don't know if they can do another appeal or not, or if they will, but like, our governor had signed fucking a bill into law, which was perfect. I thought, like, the best thing I had ever read in legislation. And it said that it was going to basically cease any stuff that had been going on, operations, and stop allowing just, blanket obeying and working around with federal officials against citizens, especially on things that were like controversial, thought of as unconstitutional, etc., or being currently fought in court, especially. And it gave a provision that they could, serve so much time in jail and be fined like up to, I think, almost 50 grand, per offense. So if you got charged on 2 false fucking federal type charges by Missouri police, then you'd be looking at 2 claims, $50,000, and 2 criminal sentences and all that shit. And, well, you can tell that people wasn't going to like it. Some people wasn't going to like this, because it basically, they tried to say it prevented them from working with the ATF and different ones. It didn't prevent them entirely. What it just made it clear is if they were going to work with them agencies and try to come after like somebody for, I don't know, perhaps they were a veteran and maybe I'm trying to think of a circumstance. Perhaps they were a veteran and at one time they was legally ruled as perhaps not of sound mind. Then they somehow got out, right? And they got their own house and stuff. Well, and somehow miraculously they're still able to buy a gun because the system didn't return back in 3 days. And after that, if the person wants to sell you the gun, they can. I mean, now sometimes when it comes back like, yeah, that shouldn't have been done, they will then go and be like, hey, you were not flagged. We know you were sold it on the premise of being legal, but you're technically not. We got to get it, and they'll take it. But so if somebody like that had a gun, but say they used to maybe be in a nut house a little bit, and they were a veteran, I mean, most people would probably disagree trying to disarm him, especially if he's not having bad thoughts. But there's a lot of leftists out there that would say, no, he should never own one. It's against the rules. Well, depends on if you take the Constitution in consideration, how you interpret and apply it.
Constitution trumps all that shit, dude. Ain't nobody taking my gun away.
But here's the other thing. The Constitution, though, also has a thing that says the federal trump the supremacy clause, and this was one of the reasonings in the argument for why it was overturned, the Second Amendment Preservation Act, because they said that it interfered with federal law. So technically, the Constitution protected them potentially violating the Constitution. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
The 10th Amendment Supremacy Clause. State or federal trump state always.
That was
That's why
ratified.
that's why in these states where they have like some states they can't ship THCA. Some states you can't have a black powder, anything, even if you're a felon or not. Just but all of that technically is illegal to federal law. So technically, in those cases, federal should trump state as well. But it don't always work out like that for the little guy.
No. That's what I'm saying. It's still federally illegal here for any kind of, marijuana. But
that's why you've got to switch to hemp. You've got to make the transition to hemp, or you've got to quit, immediately if you want to be fully safe. Because here's the thing: if you might be fine in all circumstances. Hell, for years, heaven knows there's people out there that are doing it. But the problem is, and the reason why I why I made sure that I had my loved one go through the process of not only setting the combo to what they know, but they also have a key lock to it. And not only that, it's not accessible even immediate, not even to them. And it's locked up with a gun lock. So it is all the way secure and not in my possession. And I'll know the exact day because I've looked up. I'm going by the I'm going by the exact federal rule, the ATF rule. And once the time is up, then I can go legally and take possession of that if I want to, or I can sell it. I don't know. I don't know what I end up doing, but the thing is, I may end up selling it and just getting a black powder revolver. I know that might sound stupid to some people, considering what there actually is. That would be mine. Would be, all around better and reliability, supposedly, and all that. But I wish I would
have some badass black powder rifles.
Here's the thing: because the problem is not so much just randomly I mean, but technically now having this conversation right now, if somebody really hated you and they wanted to knock you over, all they have to do is pick up the phone. And I mean, you technically you've admitted to a federal crime, nearly almost, not literally, but enough to where they'd look into your ass, and
How?
if they wanted to. Because I mean, you said you're never gonna take my gun. I mean, that's as clear cut as I've got a gun, and I don't care if I'm under a disability or not. I'm just trying to help you, dude. I'm not trying to fucking put you on the spot.
I got
I
you.
mean,
I was
it's
just trying to.
done with.
I'm in Alabama though. It's a little different here.
It don't matter what state you're in. Every one of them things has a Form 44. Like, especially if you bought it, even more so, and they can prove, well, which would be probably hard, but if you bought it and when you answered that you lied and you were currently under the influence of something or whatever, shit, that's a fucking crime in and of itself, apart from the damn possession of it. So you're talking about 2 potential 5 to whatever minimum years, federal crimes. They ain't nothing to play with. That's why I've
I
taken
do.
them seriously. Like, that's why I
I
had
do
to get a
smoke hemp
less
though.
lethal alternative and look into black powder too, because I have to defend I will, but I will do it legally, one way or the other, no matter how hard it is, or if I got to go out of my way a little bit. But all I got to do is wait just a little longer, and I'll be fine. Until then, what I've got will suffice, which is really nothing, nada.
Flamethrower
But
gun too.
here's the thing: you get into a self-defense shooting, or by God, fuck, get pulled over, perhaps, or maybe you just live in such a small town that somehow cops get to hearing about you through something, or I don't know. There's 1,000 different ways it could happen. Well, if they look over, you look pretty clean, but maybe they just figure maybe you're just a town pothead or whatever. I don't know. Well, they find out supposedly then that you got a gun. Not only you got a gun, you got a couple guns. Yeah, you got a couple of nice guns. You go down to the range and them all. Made a YouTube video about it and everything. It's got a bunch of views. Like, you got guns that they wish they had in their off time to shoot. Whatever. I'm just making something up. I'm just saying, but they basically find out that you're shooting and stuff and everything else. But hey, at the same time, and you're smoking. Like, if one of them didn't dislike you or whatever, they let the feds know. If the feds really wanted to go after you for it, they could. That's all it amounts to.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, you're
feds have
right.
a fucking feds have a good ass conviction rate. Most people make deals with them. Because going to trial is basically saying, please give me the full sentence. Thank you very much. Now, at this stage, here's the thing though. If somebody was charged with that, especially if they was just on him, or even if they were on that, I'd say, and they challenge it, Boosie successfully beat the feds, which is crazy because you usually don't beat the feds, but he did.
Why? You said he was
Only
smoking
to
hemp.
then turn around, no, for fucking being felon in possession of a gun.
Oh yeah. My bad.
Or maybe it was marijuana under disabilities. It's basically that same type of it's basically that same statute. And it can be for being either a felon or for being somebody under disabilities. And under disabilities means you're impaired by marijuana or heroin, like a drug of abuse actively, or you're taking something non-prescribed. There's another example. Drinking, it only applies when you're drunk. This is where it fucking loses me and just says alcoholic favor, is that you can have a whole case full stocked of alcohol in your house and M16s and everything loaded, but you can't be drunk.
Now tell me when that's not going to happen. Now you telling me that those people are going to lock all that shit up every time they drink? Of course not. You don't. I'm sure there's some strict person out there that probably does do that responsible thing and locks the shit up and everything. That's still a dangerous thing.
It's one of them weird ass gray laws.
Yeah, because it basically gives preferential treatment of alcohol only because I guess it's able to be sold and consumed so easily.
You've been smoking some
But
good
that
junk.
I mean, this one shit was labeled 26.8%. I mean, it's not as good as the 30%, but it is what it is. I'm not even smoking as much, to be honest. I might end up growing out of it entirely because it's probably be better off for my overall work environment, even too. I'm trying to see about this one job, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
they got some fire down here right now.
That's what I had been focused on. That's why I hadn't been on here really as much, besides just the status here and there.
What kind of like doing what? You ain't gotta say where.
I've just, I talked to somebody that I know who knows, and while talking, or I thought knew, but didn't fully know, did basically while
What?
talking, person behind or a little bit away from said that so and so was going to be, you know, looking and taking perhaps somebody for X and da da da. Yeah. And I
I
was
have no
like,
clue.
oh, okay. So, and then I made sure to get the instructions read back on what to do, which was send this here, fill this out, come back, question, and yeah, then maybe job. That's clear as enough I need to explain. You get the picture.
Sorry, he's ignoring chat, Tracy.
I'm sorry if I am, yeah, because I'm not near my device. I'm not even ignoring though. That's the thing. I was looking, but it's been about probably 30 minutes since I looked. My device is plugged in. I'm sitting away from it
It happens.
about 15 feet, but I'm just preoccupied trying to break the shit's freaking. It's weird. Exotics, THCA flower. I mean,
This shit I got looks. I mean, it's good as fuck. I mean, it's just bud.
I can't really, hadn't been affording or trying to get any liquid or concentrates of it, which you can, but
I haven't tried any of that yet.
see, cookies, which you can actually find, and I did find before them in dispensaries, because they started out in California, I think. They're a company that is famous for having the weed that comes in the little blue, open pouches, like they have blue Georgia pie, or that blueberry pie that's like a fire ass drawing on the front, and then you open it up, it's the eighth or whatever. Anyway, I have a California thing because it was started in California. So now that they're here and that evolved and the THCA came out, well, now you can go on a little website if you Google them and say
Yeah, I've ordered from them before.
Let's say that, I mean, I've looked at some of their certificate of analysis because they're not too straight up on the stats of each strain, besides like what kind it is. Like I want to know all the percentages and stuff. But it looked like some of them at least was getting up around 20s, maybe close. They might have like maybe one or two that was close to mid 20s, but that was the highest they were getting.
But I haven't tried any of it from there yet. Which one did you try?
Oh, it don't even have like,
You said you tried
dude.
one.
I go down here to a vape shop and they sell nothing but THCA and like pipes and shit. And shit that he gives me is just out of a big ass jar.
Yeah, they got that around here too. I like to get mine though that's prepackaged. I don't like that jar shit.
I have found the shit in the jar that is a lot better than the prepackaged shit. I got
The shit in the jar that I say is not even THCA, at least labeled that. They got it labeled fucking Delta shit. And I'm like, stay away from that.
no this
I
shit
don't
I
want
got.
it because that shit, that bud is sprayed. That shit is for real sprayed. No doubt about it. Hell, this bud may be sprayed too, but it's not sprayed with that shit though. I hope this is nothing but pesticide free shit, maybe, or whatever, but or maybe shit to keep bugs off, but not that bad for humans. I don't know. Who knows? That's the only bad thing about doing this is that, like, you
Is it
know,
real
heaven
glittery?
forbid we fucking get it from a bad company or